what it kill me. This speech is my recital. I think it's very vital to rock a rhyme that's right on time. It's tricky, tricky. Here we go. It's trick to rock a rhyme that's right on time. It's tricky. It's tricky, 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 tricky. It's trick to rock a rhyme that's right on time. It's tricky. Tricky, 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 tricky. I met this little girlie. Her hair was kinda curly. Went to her house and bust her out. I had to leave real early. These girls are really sleazy. All they just say is please me. And spend some time and rock a rhyme. I said it's not that easy. It's trick to rock a rhyme. That's right on time. It's tricky. It's tricky, 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 tricky. Trick to rock a rhyme. That's right on time. It's tricky. Tricky, tricky, I knew where good people talk. And in the city, it's a pity, but you just can't hide. Tinted windows don't mean nothing, they know who's inside. It's trick to rock around, it's right on time, it's tricky. It's tricky, 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 tricky. It's tricky to rock around, it's right on time, it's tricky. Tricky, 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 tricky. I'm not singing funky bringing cause I make up a rhyme. I'm not bragging, people nagging cause they think I'm a star. Always tearing what I'm wearing, I think they're going too far. I ain't lying, girls be crying cause I'm on TV. They even bother my poor father cause he's down with me. It's trick to rock around, that's right on time, it's tricky. Tricky, 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 tricky. It's trick to rock around, that's right
Can you hear
on time, it's tricky. Tricky, 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 tricky.
Can you hear her, Duck? Out of curiosity. You love the cover? Yeah, I know. She's fantastic. Anyway,
It's trick to rock
I'm just gonna get right into it.
around,
I got my water, so I'm ready.
Tricky. Tricky, 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 tricky.
Alright. Okay, that's center enough. Hi, Boo.
Is that me?
Huh?
Is that me?
Yes, that's you.
Hi, Boo.
Hi, Boo. So you still wanted to play Overcooked? Yes?
Wait, we're playing?
Yeah.
Shit, I gotta start up my PC.
You go ahead and start up your PC. Doc, how have you been? What's been going on?
Is that ER Doc?
Yeah, it's ER Doc.
Aww, I love ER Doc. He's wholesome.
Did you hear her? She said she loves ER Doc. How wholesome. Something like behind my camera. That's weird. It's scuffed. Hey, Nima. Thank you. ER Doc says thank you. If you didn't hear him. Oh, that's something I want to figure out right now.
Wait, we can hear ER Doc?
No, we can't.
We're bringing the noise. Oh baby, we're bringing the toys. Separate men from the boys. I can't rap. Holy shit.
Well, I'm proud of you for trying, dear.
We getting rowdy, rowdy. Rowdy. We getting rowdy, rowdy. We be disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets.
I'm working my schedule for next month.
Bang, bang, we let you sleep. Tick, tick.
Like your work schedule? Hopefully you got some rest time. I'm sure you probably haven't though, and you've been working constantly, knowing you.
We disturbing the peace. Working, we serving the streets. About to go in beast. Bang bang, we leave sleep. We go go
Kinda
time.
works, but I feel like I need to do it like that. There you go.
Tick, boom.
Now I have like an event schedule thing of like what happens on stream when people follow, raid, etc. I can actually see properly. I had to set that up. I forgot to do that, but I just did it. So now that's on. But we're gonna be playing some Overcooked here. She's a little tipsy at the moment, but she's lovely.
Ooh.
Me, dear, obviously me, not you.
You used the wrong pronoun unless you haven't told me in something. Tick, tick, boom.
Just a dork. But I think everything works. I think. Let me try something. Oh, yeah, it works. Yeah, it works. Okay, that still works. I gotta eventually connect my Stream Deck to OBS and get all those things working again. I'm gonna slowly bring it back. That's the idea. Anyways, we're gonna slowly bring it back. But for now, I'm just step by step. Oh, I guess I should post stream. Hold up. Stream. My voice. I do not like my voice.
Never had much faith in love or miracles. Never wanna put my heart on the line. But swimming in your water's something spiritual. Born again every time you spend a night. Oh shit, this song has the S word. Can I say the S word? I can't, can I? Will you get banned for that?
The S word?
Yes, the S word that contains the X.
The what? The what word? I know you're saying it's a bad word. I don't know what word you're talking about though.
Oh, I gotta open your stream. Okay.
Oh! Wait. I'll put desktop on for a second. I wanna play I just lost it. Fuck. I wanna play this.
The S word that contains an X, is it bannable?
Sex?
It had a lot of that word in the lyrics.
No, it's fine, okay. I guess. I wanna play this. Looks like a lot of fun.
You done made that.
Well,
You.
there seems to be mixed reviews. Anyways, I'm gonna launch Overcooked here. Thank you, by the way, Boo, for subbing, you dork.
I got you. stop. It's never gonna stop. It's the one commitment I have. Except from you, of course.
Uh-huh.
I'm sipping now.
You're simping? Is that what you just said?
Sipping.
Sipping? Okay. I want to use my controller for this. Or technically your controller, I guess. What is this? There we go. Oh, yeah. Did I make the lobby last time or did you? It'd be interesting now that you're drunk. Did I make the lobby last time or did you?
Me. It's this I.
Okay. Then I'll let you make it again and invite me when you're ready.
Yes.
How do I change my game? Did I do it? Is that the name of the game?
No. Over. Shit. Yeah, Overcooked 2.
Why is there an exclamation point before the 2? I'll take it. Just thought it was a bit strange. Okay.
You want to hear some Spanish?
Sure.
No me importa lo que de mí se diga, viva usted su vida, que yo vivo la mía. Que solo es uno disfruta el momento, que el tiempo se acaba y para atrás no verá. Bebiendo, fumando y jodiendo, sigo vacilando de pasillo de día.
Hello, Mel.
Síguelo.
Is that Soph? Yeah, she's a little drunk right now.
I'm not. Síguelo.
She is.
Pepa y agua para
Hello, Damien. Hello,
seca,
Mel.
todo el mundo en patilla en la discoteca. Pepa y agua para la seca, todo el mundo en patilla, todo en la discoteca. Pam, para, ta, 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 ta.
Yeah, Doc said Doc
Ta, ta,
was
ta.
trying to figure out their schedule for the upcoming month here. So busy as heck, as always. Oh! Since you guys are here, that reminded me. Anime recommendation. Uncle Isekai. That shit's so fucking funny. So funny. I love it so much. So funny. You guys should check it out. Also, how are you doing, Damien? What's going on today? Alright. Dear, you ready? I saw you streaming videos. I didn't say hi. I was at work and I had the iPad on. No, that's fine. You don't have to apologize. Oh, you don't have to, like, mention it. I know you were busy and all that. It's okay. It's kind of creepy with the art for real. It's fantastic. I don't know what you're talking about. The art is fantastic. I don't get what you mean. Are you saying the uncle looks like an ogre? That's kind of mean, Mel. Wouldn't you agree, Soph? Mel's kind of mean.
Agua para la seca, todo el mundo en patilla en la discoteca. Pepa en agua para la seca, todo el mundo en patilla en
What's
la
that?
discoteca. Para, para.
Sophia?
Huh?
You have to take us
Take you where?
to the next spot.
Wait, oh,
You're
did
the
we
one-
do this?
Yeah, we got a 3-step.
Oh, where's the next one?
I don't know. No, I don't know. actually don't know. I'm loving Made in Abyss this season. I didn't watch it yet. Made in Abyss. I haven't seen the second season and above. I don't think. MasterChef time. Yeah, MasterChef time. How are you doing, Ray? The episode goes crazy. If I met him, Iro, he would slap him. I can't believe he would slap him. He gets bullied so hard for his looks already. This is Sophia driving, by the way.
I'm lost. I don't know where to
She's
go.
lost. Okay.
Wait, where are we supposed to go?
I think we're supposed to go towards the fourth area. Yeah, down, 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 down. With the blood.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Oh, no, that doesn't work. I press space, but I go forward. Oh, I changed my keys last time.
Yeah.
That works.
I don't watch it. Watch it.
Oh,
What are you
shit, I
doing?
forgot my keys.
The new what? Made in Abyss? Made in Abyss? Alright, we gotta make sushi. I don't know where the fish is. I found the fish.
I found nori. I found rice. Shit. I'm cooking rice. I'm cooking rice.
I'm trolling. I got ran over! No! Sophie, can you put the rice on the thingy? Or the fish on the thingy?
What? What
Wait.
fish?
We need a new plate.
What?
We gotta serve the dishes in order, dear. Ooh, jeez.
I'm making sushi.
Okay. Da-da-da-ding. Whoa.
Oh.
Okay. And then I had to wash the dirty dishes.
I got 2 pots of rice ready.
Okay. I'm cutting the cucumbers. And I need a new plate, so I have to wash these dishes real quick.
I know you're always on the night shift, but I can't stand these nights alone.
What? Why was I drifting away? What was that? Yes, cars, please stop for traffic. There we go. Very kind of you, cars.
Work.
I need to cut 2 fishies.
Let my body do the work.
I'm gonna grab these dishes
We can
real
work
quick.
from
Oh.
home. We can work from home. I need cucumber.
You have cucumber right there.
Oh.
Yeah, it's on your side.
I'm okay.
You're okay.
Okay, I got it ready.
Okay,
I
dude.
got the dish ready.
Alright, can you grab
Give
the
me-
plates and
The dish is ready.
can you get the plates and place them out for me, dear?
Yes.
Yes.
I got you. I got the
Oh.
nori. Wait, what are you? Wait, this?
Yeah.
I got
Okay.
the sushi. There. Ha.
Okay. Grab that plate and serve it. Let's go.
Wait, me?
Yes.
Wait, no, I got a cucumber.
Watch out for the cars on the way.
Cars.
Yeah.
Holy sh.
Ah. Is Hitsu playing with Sophia? I am indeed playing with Sophia. Yes. Oh, we didn't get 3 stars. No, Hitsu should watch
Oh.
The Greatest Showman. It's like the only. None of my friends want to play this with me. Oh, I'm sorry. Second. Let me see if I can make chat a bit bigger. It's how to miss too much. How drunk is she? Oh, she's drunk. She can't handle her alcohol too well. And she was with a friend, and they drank, and she just got home, and I said, "Fuck it, let's stream and play Overcooked." All right, send it again, dear, so we get the 3 stars.
You ain't gotta go to work. But you gotta put in work. You don't gotta go to work. Let my body do the work.
She's driving.
Work.
Is she okay?
Work.
Yeah, she's okay. I'm not driving. That's 100% her. 100% okay. She's fine. Perfectly okay. No problem.
We can work from home. Our bus is working it.
Yeah, it is, dear.
Uh,
What are you doing? She's so lost.
It's working it.
Drunk driving. Uh-oh, someone's calling the police. Damien's calling the police on you.
Oh shit, that's why I can't hear from the game. I'm on my phone.
Did you switch to your Discord PC?
No, I'm still on my phone.
You're a jerk.
I was like, why can't I hear the rice cook?
Oh dear. she's okay. She's fine.
I'm
This game
just
gives you
gonna-
getting on level flashbacks.
I'm-
I see. I like this Spotify playlist. Yeah. I should have her just do covers one day.
What I want, you've got, and it might be hard to handle, but like the flame that works. Fuck.
What?
Yeah. What I got, full stack.
Yeah.
Put it all
Doc loves this song.
together.
Unleash,
Yeah.
unleash.
Flame.
She forgot the lyrics.
You make my dreams come true.
Also, hello Richard. Sorry I didn't say anything. 100% okay. 100% okay. She's 100% okay.
Yeah, you. You make my dreams come true. Wait, but if I switch from phone, then my playlist stops.
Don't you have Spotify on your PC?
Yeah, but it doesn't start at the same spot. Twist and shout my way out and wrap yourself around me. 'Cause I ain't the way you found me. And I'll never be the same.
I'll see what she's
Oh
doing.
yeah, well 'cause you make my dreams come true.
So I have her on camera on
Well, you
oh my god, what are you doing now?
make my dreams come true. Ooh, 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 ooh,
Sophia?
listen to this. Huh?
Alright, did you set it up properly?
What?
Huh?
I just need to finish this song. It's a good one.
Hi.
And then in the daydream, that sleepwalk should be over by now. I know.
You're just
You
casually
make my
driving.
dreams come true. Woo, woo, you, woo, woo, woo.
Well,
I'm waiting for you, girl.
tomorrow I gotta show her the start of the stream. I think it'll
You
be
make
important
my
for me to show her the start of the
dreams
stream.
come True. Woo, woo, you, woo, 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 woo. I'm waiting for you, girl. You make my dreams come true. You, woo, 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 woo. I'm waiting for.
I wanna see what she's doing.
I'm in waiting for you, girl.
Because she has her camera on her phone, which is on right now on Discord. So I'm just gonna watch her while she does her, I guess, for a bit, because I'm not sure what she's up to.
The song is finished.
Song's finished. Oh.
I'll switch to PC.
Hi. Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Ah, shit. Oh, now I hear the game.
It all clicks now.
But the game is so loud compared to you and yeah. Oh. I forgot words. Shit.
It's
Wait.
okay, dear.
How do I just... Oh. Dang it. Okay, how do I adjust game volume?
Probably you're doing it on mouse and keyboard, right? Hit escape, and there's probably settings
Okay.
or something.
Resume controls, change chef. I'm changing chef. Right, change chef. Fuck. Oh, like that. Okay.
It says resume, controls, change chef, and quit.
Okay, I don't see audio volume. So maybe I have to do the volume mixer. Change the game on the volume mixer.
I have a volume mixer on PC?
Yes, it's pretty standard.
Where?
Bottom right of your desktop. Right click on the speaker sounding thing, and then you open volume mixer.
Holy... What?
You need to play Phasmophobia Drunk Soft. Oh, she would never play with me though.
I have never been here.
You've
Has
never.
this been possible all along?
Yes.
Oh my god. Say ABC.
ABC.
Oh my god, I hear you so well now compared to the game.
Congratulations, sir. You figured it out. Volume mixer OP.
Can I still jam?
You can jam.
Was my jamming disturbing?
Damien wants you to resume singing, and they also want you to play Phasmophobia.
Damien had a British accent.
There you go, Damien. There you go.
I assume Damien still has a British accent, actually. Shouldn't say had, but still has.
You're a dork. Alright, dear. Is everything set up? You ready?
Yeah. Okay, wait. Shit, that was the wrong window. I'm here!
Okay.
I'm here!
Zoom!
Zoom!
Also, if you want to reach chat, dear, since you only have one monitor, you can open the chat on your phone.
My phone was dying.
Oh,
That's how I noticed I was still on my phone.
You're a dork. I'm ready whenever.
I'm watching you, oh, show you what it feels like. Now I'm on the outside. We did everything right. Now I'm on the outside.
I muted myself
Let's
just to say
go.
that I think she's so fucking precious and cute. My cheeks are starting to hurt. What
You
the
gotta
hell is
make
this?
fish.
Like, what is this? Okay, now I gotta unmute myself. Hold up. No! She did it! She did it again! She's not following the order.
What do you mean? You're supposed to take care of the fish and I got the sushi here. Deliver the sushi. Shit. My rice is burning.
Okay.
Gotta be so strong.
Woo, almost got hit by
There's
the
a
car.
power in what you do now. Every day I've been watching you out. Show you what it feels like down on the outside.
Okay, look at these dorks. Yeah. She's big dork. She's drunk.
Everything like down on the outside.
Remember, Tam, you gotta follow the order.
Yeah, the cylinder is ready.
I know. But earlier you weren't.
What do you mean? I was preparing the next one.
No, you took the dish when I needed it.
Huh?
You took my dish when I needed it. You put nori on it.
Nuh-uh.
Yaha.
Nuh-uh.
Yaha.
Nuh-uh.
Yaha. Whee.
Oh, you put dishes in the sink.
Yeah.
We're all in
Oi.
this together.
That guy just blocked me. How rude.
Ah,
Okay, I got this. Now I'm zooming back. Grab that. Woo. Grab the fish. Chop it up. Put that here. Put that there for you. Grab this. Wash the dish.
this is ready.
Start the next one as well.
Yeah,
No, put the nori and the cucumbers on it, dear. We have no time.
I'm going.
Ah!
I'm going at a tremendous speed.
We fucking got it. Yeah, we did it. Heck yeah, we did it. I'm going to... Oh, is that... That's a hello, that's not a high five. Well played. How are y'all doing? We're doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Sophia is a little tipsy at the moment.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Mm-hmm.
uh.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
What is this
A for 20.
one?
That's the S word with the X letter.
Yeah, it is. I need
Yeah.
potatoes. And I will give you this.
Wait, chicken is first.
Yeah, but you need to cut the chicken, by the way.
Wait. Oh.
Oh, actually, I have one too. I could have cut it. Okay, throw it.
What the? Wait, where's
That's ready
the
to
serving
be
tray?
served. Downstairs, next to you, where the lamps are.
Yeah, but yours has to go first.
Yeah, it does. You're right.
Oh.
Okay. Could you put that back in my end before we...
Yeah.
I need chicken.
How do I put it back to you?
We have to wait now.
Ha ha ha.
Okay. Now I
We
need
did it.
chicken.
Oh.
Can you grab this plate? It's not ready yet, but can you grab it?
Yeah.
Okay, and then also this plate. Oh no! Okay, I have to wait on this plate. Sorry. I'm gonna wash dishes.
How's this plate not ready?
You have to, the other one has to go first.
Oh. So it is ready.
Okay. Get ready.
Yeah.
This one goes first for you. There we go. Here's one plate for you. Here's one plate for you. Okay, you need a cabbage.
Oh,
Ah!
take the chicken. Ah.
Okay. I need a plate. Wait, this one's ready. Grab that one, then you can put it on the plate.
Yeah.
And then take it out.
No! No! Dang it.
Already cut. Is there no plates? Okay, I'll get some plates
No.
for you.
Oh, we're losing this one. No!
Just grab the plate, walk towards the cabbage, and then run to the thing. Go, go, go. You put... Ah! Ah! I didn't realize you had plates in your hands. That was my fault. Tam, grab it.
Ah!
Okay.
Oh.
Grab the plate. So, we messed up a lot.
Huh. Hey, look how much we got in tips.
I did not see it.
What?
Tipsy Sophia? Yeah, Sophia's quite tipsy. Sierra, what's going on? I see our new chef.
It's still there. Look at the tips.
I can't see it anymore. I already hit forward.
How dare you?
I was getting ready to go again. You see the octopus though? Or the squid?
Dios mío.
Oh, you didn't hit retry?
I wanted you to see the tips.
Well, I can't see it.
It was the S word with the X in it.
I can cut over here too.
Ah, shit. You didn't see that.
Go grab this plate.
Up. Up. I got it.
Go grab this plate and give me your plate. Too late.
Hi. Shit.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. I have a plate in my hand.
Okay. Don't put this one in yet.
Okay.
This one goes second.
Okay.
And then I'll grab this, and now you can put this one in. And then I need it.
Yeah!
Put it on the plate. And then you get that one too.
Ah!
Throw that over here for me.
Yeah. God dang it!
Oi!
Fuck!
You can throw it
It's
up.
just me!
You can throw it up. You don't have to cut it. You can throw that one up too. You don't have to cut it. You should prepare for the plates. Okay. I'm gonna throw this one for you.
No. I hit the conveyor belt.
Okay, that's fine. I got it. Okay, this one comes first. There we go. And this one comes next. There we go. And then a clean plate for you. There we go. And then I put this in there. Like so. This one needs to be cooked. Yes, it does.
If we were to open our own place, like
can you bring the
food
dirty
place.
dirty plates real quick? To it. That's unfortunate.
I'm committed, okay? I'm committed to this boss.
Alright, I have the next dish ready. Yeah, you put it in front of me, I'm gonna put it up here. Dozo? Then when you're done, throw chicken over here. I need another chicken.
No. Oh, no. We're so close.
Oh!
So close.
Oh, fuck.
No.
Oh. We couldn't get it.
We were so close to weed.
We were on one of the famous stir fry. It'd be hard to cook stir fry. Are you going again? Or did you go to the menu?
I might have clicked the wrong thing.
It's alright. We're almost at 420. We were six off because we were a bit too slow on one of the servings. If you got like a bit, if we could just got like an extra bit of tip, we would have had it. I think.
But it's hard with the things that suddenly floats away.
Yeah, it is. You just throw it over. And cabbage. Here you go.
Well,
Alright, come grab this plate. Come grab this other plate as well.
nah, I got it.
Dirty plate's over now.
Oh.
Oh, that's it. I can't grab it, you dork. You're such a dork.
I tried.
Mm. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Come grab that one plate.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Oh, wait, you're doing orders in the wrong order again.
What do you mean? It's a potato and a chicken.
Yeah, but I have 2 chickens.
Yeah, for the next one.
Third.
What?
I'm
Why do you throw me the salad?
I'm not sure.
What? I don't have plates.
Plates are coming. Oh, wait, did you just throw it off? You maniac!
I'm like, fuck
Come
you,
grab
salad.
that. Come grab that. You're such a dork. Oh my god. How come you just did that? Live.
I have a tomato though.
Yes. You go ahead and serve that up. Okay. Then you go serve this up. Time. And then serve that up as well. Let's go. Alright, I need a chicken and potatoes. Ow.
Stop giving me just salad.
I'm not giving you just salad.
It's going into the trash. It's easy. Your potatoes, you maniac!
I got it.
I have potato.
Oh. Alright, chop these.
What? What? Yeah, I was. What the? What are you doing? I don't.
Just the tip. Just the tip. No, that time we got a lot more orders done. That time we got 12 instead of 8. So we went far and above.
Teamwork makes.
Good money.
Yes. Exactly.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
You know, if we have a chain, name it Teamwork, and then like the logo is TM, that means our brand is already trademarked. See what I did there?
TM.
Wait, no, teamwork. That's an M upside
Down. Yeah.
I just realized that.
I love you, boo.
I am usually not stupid, okay?
You're not stupid. Don't say that. You're just a wee bit drunk. That's all, dear.
No.
Yeah.
Well, we trade worked it then.
We trade worked it. Alright, let's see, what are we making? We're
What?
making burgers.
Burger. What? Oh, I'm here. Okay.
Yeah. Wait, how the fuck am I supposed to get over there?
Yeah. What?
Game?
Nani? Oh, we get on. Shit.
I don't know, you can get on there. Oh. I see.
The more you know.
Oi!
I'll be here waiting. I'll send you. I'll send you myself.
Thank you, dear.
I was gonna send you cheese.
Okay. Can you go put these on the plates?
I got cheese.
Nonde?
Because that's the most important ingredient in any food.
But it's not what we're serving. You dork. Follow the order. Oh my god, I fell off the stupid thing.
Well, that ain't my fault.
Ugh. Oh my. Wait, you served the wrong order.
No!
Yeah!
I served the first one that was burger, ham, and cheese or whatever.
No, the first one was just burger and ham.
No!
Yeah.
No!
Yeah. Can you
No.
throw a meat over here?
How do I do that?
No, just throw it over.
Oh shit! Oh.
Like towards the cutting board, preferably. Oi. Oh. Alright, serve that one and then throw some meat. Oh, I need to get the clean plates.
I'll clean. What? Oi!
Go,
Wait,
Matt.
where's the sink? Oh, it's over here.
Oh my god.
What? Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Oh, we need lettuce.
You can throw it to me. I can give it to you.
Ah, I knew that. I'm just getting plates on my way. And you just... you just doing it. I think you're sabotaging us. Okay, here we go. Ah. Okay, wait. How do I...
Just like that, dude. You did it.
I did it.
You put the meat on the wrong thing. You put the cheese on the wrong thing.
What? What do you mean?
Nothing.
There is no wrong. There. You have cheese.
I'm sending it back.
Thank you. Look, we made a dish.
Woo! Throw me meat.
Woo. I got you some meat. Oh shit. It's time to go. We didn't even think what's that.
It happens. It happens. It happens. It happens to the best of us, dear.
I pressed the wrong thing again.
Hello, Tally. Alright, I'll stay on the right side. You just throw stuff at me. And then I'll throw stuff back at you. If we have dirty plates, I'm putting it on the conveyor belt. So.
We started.
Okay.
I'm throwing you meat.
Chop, 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 chop.
And
chop,
salad.
Hoorah!
And cheese.
Chop, 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 chop. I need more meat. Oh. Whee. Can you take care of this plate? The meat down here? Can you put the thing in a place where I can get it? Alright. Can you grab this meat now? There you go.
I mean cheese.
Yeah. Dirty plate coming. Ugh. Oh, I fell off.
Okay. Could you... Ah. Okay. Never mind.
Oh, I fell off.
Never mind.
You have to grab the meat. It's gonna burn.
I'm not gonna make it in time.
I made it.
How did you make it?
Dashing like a king.
Okay, I need you to take that pan and put it somewhere else.
What? What do you mean?
This pan. Put it somewhere else.
I put it back here.
Because I'm gonna put the clean plates there.
Oh. Okay. More meat.
I got you. Papa.
Ow. Oh.
Hitsu!
Go grab the thing. It's gonna burn. Sophia.
Get there in time? Wait. This is not my fault.
You're right. That was my fault. I fell off. Self sounds, overcooked, overwork. I'm reporting to the union. Hitsuga is throwing his meat everywhere, not intentionally. Sophia.
That was unintentional.
There's a cheese blocking the way. Oh my god.
Oh my god, we were doing so well.
Were we? Were we though?
Yeah.
This wheelchair has too much drift. Hello. How are you, Zaraki Kenpachi? There's no soft sound. Ah! Best redeem ever? It is a good redeem. That is in fact a fact. Okay. Yeah, that's why you got that Falcon Punch. Mm-hmm. Also, how are you doing, Dead Pirate? Because I'm not. Are we throwing our meat at Hitsu? Wait, what? Don't throw your meat at me, Brandon. Jeez. How have you been? Hope you've been well. Ugh. You're dorks.
I missed. I did not miss.
Whee.
Woo!
Teamwork!
Makes DreamWorks.
Dreamer pictures. Need more meat!
I.
Fresh, dirty plates coming your way!
Okay. Salad,
Put a plate down first.
cheese, plate.
Ooh. Okay, there you go. Cheese on the way! Salad on the way! Fresh, dirty plates on the way! Need some meats. You started Colt? Oh, how has that been? I've wanted to play that, actually. I haven't had a chance to look into it, but I wanted to play it. It looks like fun.
Okay, you need cheese.
I need meat.
And cheese.
And meat.
And cheese.
And meat.
But cheese as well. Your meat is burning.
Now it's dead. I needed the meat earlier.
Don't you believe me? Resist.
Yes!
No.
Yes, I do.
If falling off, it would not be burning.
I would have been back earlier if I had the meat. I needed the meat, not the cheese.
Don't you blame me?
Yes. Yes. I was waiting to start up the stoves. Now that's too much meat. Ah, the fire's still coming. Oh wait, I can cheese.
You never complain about the lack of meat again.
I got plenty of meat, dear. I have some dirty plates for you.
I will never hear you complain about the lack of meat ever again.
What are you doing? Go serve it. Oof, jeez.
This is all on you.
Uh-huh.
We were doing so well.
Yes, and then it happened.
We had already reached the 3 stars, and then you just went, nope.
I'm referring to Gordon Ramsay for throwing food in the ground. I didn't throw food in the ground. Someone threw a lot of meat. I'm sure Hitsu's meat is quite sufficient. God damn it, Kenpachi. Nai! Nai! No Pants Cult, pirate sponsored. That sounds fun. Is it fun though? No. Well, Kenpachi, one day maybe you will be not wholesome in that regard anymore. Alright. Oh my god, I'm lagging. Without your pants. Oi! Don't give me that much meat!
I will never hear you.
Sophia!
complain
Focus on the dishes!
about the lack of meat again.
You gave me too much meat. Now it's gonna burn! Oh my god. Sophia! Okay. There we go. Give me cheese.
Oh, now you want cheese.
Yes, because we're following the order. You hacking dark?
You're a dork.
Okay. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. Dirty plates coming your way. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop.
Your meat is on fire!
Shazam! This is how happy couples
copyrighted.
do it. No, it's not.
Is Shazam not copyrighted?
No.
I
The
thought it
character
was.
is, not the saying. Sophia's drunk? She is, yeah?
No?
Yeah?
Fuck. I'm okay.
She's not.
I'm okay. Your meat is burning!
Is it? Is it though? Is it though?
What the?
Is it though? Is it?
I'm not stressing. You're stressing.
Oh, I am very stressed.
Ah,
Ow.
ah.
Ow. I quit!
What?
Did I gain some weight? Wow. Did I? Did I gain some weight, Kenpachi? No, I'm forever pure, wholesome, and innocent. I'm living in celibate. Of course. Dorks are very damn. Sophia is more organized at this while drunk than my friends are while sober. No, I've gained no weight. I have been losing weight.
I'm not drunk.
She's drunk. She's more organized this while drunk than my friends are while sober. Ah, she's a professional. She works in the kitchen constantly, so. Don't lose weight? What are you talking about? Yeah, like, I don't know what you mean. Did I gain weight? Did I lose weight? What am I supposed to do? Can notice the distinct lack of chin now. Yes.
Potato.
Chop, 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 chop.
Oh, there's wind.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
How am I gonna function?
They changed the rules on us.
No.
Ooh, I almost fell off there. Oh.
Hitsuga.
Gambatte. Oh.
Ricky.
Throw the chicken across the middle section. Hey. There's 2 fryers.
Yeah. I had made it ready. What are these wings?
Love you, boo.
I don't know how to function. Oh! Take my potato.
Oh, we need more
I have
meats.
potato,
We need
Hitsu.
more meats.
I have potato.
Thank you.
Do you think?
Do I think what?
Do you think you'll be able to do this on your own? Cause I cannot cope with this level.
I need clean plates still.
I can do plates as long as you come get them. I have ready chicken though.
Okay.
Clean plate this.
Oh. Can you grab the plates too?
Where are they? Oh.
I
You
need.
put them in the windstream?
I need meat. Oh, we're gonna lose a dish, I think.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we lost one. Oi! Not that much meat!
You shall never lack meat in your life ever again.
You're such a dork. I need. Oh my god, you're a dork. You're such a dork.
Made a star.
A distinct lack of chin? Like, you mean like the side profile?
Yeah.
Wanna look this way? Because my camera, my screen is this way now. So, normally it used to be face on like this. Maybe that's what it is? Why is there a giant peanut? It's a potato! What do you mean a giant peanut? That's a potato! Okay. We can do this. I will handle the cutting. You just hand me ingredients in the right order, and then please grab the dishes.
Okay.
The dishes spawn this way. Alright.
Ah!
Good start. Throw chicken over. Not too much. Not too much.
There's 2 chicken.
Oh my god.
In order.
Oi! Oi! Alright, when that's done, serve that one. Or not serve that one. Put it on a plate. You grab the plate first before you go grab the meat.
Ah.
Because that way you like carry the plate around instead.
The plate is done.
Oh, you're a dork. Okay, hold on.
What? How am I a dork?
You're a dork.
What?
I asked you to serve it for me.
I told you I can't deal with the wind streams. You still make me do everything. You're like, all you need to do is wash the dishes and throw me the meat.
Can you
and
go
cook
grab
the
the dish? Can you go grab the dish? The dirty dish? The dirty dishes? Okay. Throw meat down here. Throw meat down here. Go grab a plate and go get it! Oh, nicely done.
Dear, you gotta stop dying.
I have to deal with the wind too! Okay?
Yeah, but you're the pro gamer, Chan.
You need to set the plates down as well, dear.
What do you mean set the plates down?
Like on something I can put it on, instead of just randomly putting the dishes right by the sink.
What is such a convenient place?
No, it's not. It's convenient for you, not for me.
You see what happens when I do?
No, just put it on the side. There's like the side roller thingies.
No.
Okay. Woo.
Did we do it? Did we? Did we do it?
No.
No. Aw. 2 stars though.
We're getting better though. Even if we're falling off.
Hitsu,
Mm-hmm.
when you say all you need to do is clean the dishes and get the dishes and throw me meat and dish it and put it on a dish, plate it
Yes.
and serve it.
You don't have to
How does
serve
that
it.
help
You don't
me?
have to serve it.
You said that. You said that I had to serve it too, the one that was ready.
I asked if you could. Thank you for the gift sub. Someone gave you a gift sub? Congratulations, Doc. Enjoy your gift sub. I'm not sure who, but enjoy your gift sub. I need to figure out what emotes I want to work with.
Through your meat.
Damn. Yes, put it there. That's the perfect place to put him. Lol.
What was that?
What was that? Hmm.
I mean, I didn't throw chicken against the wind.
Mm-hmm. You didn't put the plates in an easily accessible place.
You put the potatoes on top of it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I need meat. Wait.
What?
No, the game. Okay. Chop, 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 chop. Choo. Chop, 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 chop. Throw it in there. Let's go. I can do this.
Wait, Kamehameha. How is that?
Kamehameha. Hitsu! DCE Chrono FD. That's it, huh? We got a 3-star, sure she's hyped. Also, hello, Undertaking King. Thank you for redeeming dorks and reminding everyone that they're dorks. I greatly appreciate that. But yes, we got a 3-star. See? Piece of cake. Ah, now you're starting to recognize that you're tired, aren't you?
I've been drinking water.
Oh, so you're slowly sobering up. How you doing? You
So
haven't...
waterudo.
So okay, never mind. You're still drunk. So how are you doing, dude? I haven't seen you in a while, brother. I am good. Just here, playing some Overcooked with Sophia at the moment. Nothing crazy. While she's driving around back and forth like a maniac. But how have you been? What have you been up to?
Tree was boing. Boing.
That's why you're driving back and forth. You're trying to make the tree go boing.
Boing.
I was wondering what she was doing. Now I see.
Boing.
Cody is part of Dio's podcast roster. No, I remember. I know he's a fan, or not a fan, a friend of Dio's.
Dios mío.
We go way back. Way back.
Dame paciencia, por favor.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Sophia got the
Pusha.
bars. Fish. Chop, 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 chop. Can you serve that
Where are
fish
the
that I just
plates?
threw over there?
Where?
There's only 2 plates. It's on the conveyor belt. Top left.
Yeah, I need to get the rice.
Okay. Wait, don't serve it first.
Oh, you told me to. What? Who's
Sorry.
making the shit in the wrong order now, huh?
Okay. Grab this plate. Wait, I can't.
I can't.
How do I push it? Well, it's coming your way slowly. Where are the dirty plates?
On my side.
Oh my god, this is gonna take forever.
Eh,
How do I...
Ha 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 ha. Look,
Yes.
look, it's coming to you.
Yes, that's the way. That's the move.
Do you know the way?
I know now. I know the way now. Chop, 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 chop. Okay. Chop, 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 chop. There we go. How do I just put that on top? Okay. Okie dokie. Oh!
If you press the button.
Okay, not. Oh, you can't push the button if it's red. Oh, you had to push the button. Okay, I was wondering why I couldn't push the button. That makes so much sense now. Chop, 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 chop. Yeet!
Could you press?
I get it now.
Whoa. Game mechanics.
We're good. No, I need you to push the button.
Shh. Oh,
Push the button.
shit.
Push the button. Push the button.
Yeah.
Grab the plates. And serve the one thing you have.
Ah,
Yeah, grab it. No, keep. Okay.
I need to grab my plate. Okay. Woo!
I got fish coming.
Cucumber. Fish. No.
Oh.
Why is it not grabbing?
Oh.
Okay, this is going.
Yes.
Not as well as we hoped, but it's going.
It is going. It is definitely going. Alright. Push the button for me.
Oh! Push the button! Oh!
Is that Sophia I hear? Yes, this is Sophia that you hear. And I was informed of the second. There was a ping. I pinged. I properly pinged. I've been lurking home playing Destiny to finish what I need to do in that. I've been doing good, working on a lot of things, doing other things. No, enjoy your lurk. Thank you for stopping by, Chrono. Hope you're doing well. Enjoy Destiny. Did you know that Destiny's in Fortnite right now? Wow. Mel streams. That's cap. That's actually cap.
Okay, let's go.
Alright. Nori on the way.
I have Nori.
Oh.
Fish this.
Push the button. Dozo.
Here. Plates?
Plates are coming.
Are we at a... Oh.
You have to... Yeah, you have to...
We only had 2 plates?
Yes, ma'am.
Nani?
Push the button! Grab the plates!
It's
You can carry the plate around and put all the ingredients on it.
it didn't want to.
Yaha.
Mm.
Yaha. There's cucumbers right there as well. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop,
Push
chop,
the
chop,
button.
chop. Chop, 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 chop.
Push the button.
I need the other dirty plate as well. There's only 2.
Yeah. I need to cook rice.
Alright, push the button.
Uh. 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 Yeah. Rice. Cucumber. Fuck.
You have to aim down.
Fuck. Ah. I hate this game.
You don't have nori? There you go.
I know.
Here's a plate coming for just the fish. Chop, 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 chop. I need plates. Get a nori ready. Alright, push the button for me while you're ready. Alright. Get servant. Whew. Just amazing noises. Yeah. Oh.
I don't have fish. Why does the plate not follow me? I hate this game.
Don't say that. Just an amazing noise. I'm sorry. I'm not really sorry, Sophia. I'm so sorry about this. I'm not really sorry. Oh, doing the whatchamacallit, the hair. I did. It also has the Fortnite armor and Destiny as well. Oh, they both did a crosshair. I see. Snake played the annoying dog sound that has you going.
No dogs are annoying.
No, that's the name of the dog.
Why would you name a dog annoying? That's so rude.
Well, blame the game creator, I guess. Oh, we were so close. We just missed the one order. Oh, she's yawning. Do you guys hear that? Do you hear her? So Sophia knows. Yeah, Sophia knows. She knows.
Beautiful. What do I know?
The sound. The soft sounds.
There's no soft sound.
Yeah, there is.
Is soft even real?
She just said everyone in this chat right now is imagining soft. Surprise. Can you feel the love? Yeah.
How can you... How can you get Spotify lyrics on PC?
I do not know. That's a question for chat. I've never used Spotify.
The one thing in my
PC.
life. You're the one thing in my life. You're the one thing in my way. You are the one thing in my life. You are the one thing in my way. You are the one thing in my way. Away.
I don't know how to bring Hitsugi back.
Away, 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 away. Away, away, away.
I just use Shazam on my phone. Wait, what? Wah wah. She's yawning now. Yamete.
Never.
Never.
You know, this is a song by Calvin Harris called My Way. Every time I hear the song, I think about like the protein powder thing named Whey.
Okay.
So every time I sing this song, I imagine myself with like a bowl of whey and maybe some nuts and being like, you are the one thing in my way. And then another bowl with whey and maybe some banana and being like, you are the one thing in my way.
Okay. Oddly imaginative.
In my way.
Ready for the Weekend by Calvin Harris is a
In
banger.
my way. You are the one thing in my way. You are the one thing in my way. My way.
On songs you can get lyrics. On mobiles, just flick up on a specific song and it'll have the lyrics.
Well, yeah, on mobile, I'm Gucci. I was running on PC.
On PC, she's wondering. If Frank Sinatra went to the gym, he'd do it his way. Oh, God. You guys are all dorks. Did you find it? Anywhere on PC?
No. It's the PC lyrics that's hard.
On PC, Snake has no clue. Alright, let's Google it. Let's see how to do it. Spotify lyrics on PC. Who says protein shakes make you fat? People say that. Carefully. What was the question? How to show Spotify lyrics on PC carefully. Alright, let's see. I'm Googling it. You can now find the lyrics to your favorite songs. Jeez. On the desktop from the now playing bar, click on the microphone icon while a song is playing. Did you click on... Oh, there's a little mic icon down at the... Yep, she found it.
Get up in this club, have me a good time before
She found
my
it.
time is up. Oh,
No.
I want a time of my life, Mr. Worldwide.
You heard wrong, I think.
Oh, baby, oh, give me the time of my life. Let's get another.
That's a good stretch. I haven't stretched in a while. Properly. Oh, is she moving? But thank you, everyone, for finding it as well with me. I appreciate it.
Wow. Okay. Okay. What do we do? What's our strat?
Our strat, push buttons. Never bring dirty plates one at a time. Bring it two at a time. Hydration check.
Well, I can only bring you one if there's only one.
Well, just wait for the second one to show up.
But I gotta do the rice too.
Yeah, but when you go back and forth with each plate, it messes up the rhythm.
So you're saying it's my fault again, like with the meat and the cheese?
No.
Is that what you're saying? Is
I'm
that
not
how
saying
you
it's
understood this
your
marriage?
fault. Nah. I'm being called out. We basically won. Just it'll be daijobu.
Shake that ass.
Okay.
It's the lyrics.
I'll do it live on Twitch. Twitch.tv. It's the team's fault. Yeah, it's the team's fault.
I know my rent was gonna be late about a week ago. I worked my ass off, but I still can't pay it though.
Sophia,
But I got just enough to... Yeah?
can you start?
Ooh, I
It's a
want the
jungler's fault.
time of my life. Oh, baby.
Ooh.
Give me the time of my
Just like on
life.
League. Just like on League. Exactly. It's always the jungler's fault. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop.
I need cucumber and fish. What?
Heck yeah.
I guess.
Heck yeah.
I'll work my
Chop,
ass
chop,
off,
chop, chop,
but I still can't pay it though.
chop, 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 chop.
Good time.
Chop, 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 chop. I need my dirty
Could you
dishes.
press?
Can you grab the dirty dishes?
Yeah, could you press?
Of course I can press. Alright, can you push the button as well? Alright, cucumber. There we go. Oh. Well, that fucked up.
You fucked up.
I did. Surely we'll get a plate like that. Surely we'll get a plate like that, right? Push the button, push the button, push the button, push the button.
Tell me how I'm supposed to breathe with no air. Can't live, can't breathe with no air. It's how I feel whenever you ain't there. It's no air, no air.
Whee.
Oh, I got another one.
Yee. Grab the plate. Wait, push the button. You gotta push the button. Okay.
I'm still alive inside. You took my breath.
Chop, 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 chop.
Take the rice! I swear to God! I hate this game!
Dash! Freelo!
Shit. I'm gonna send you a plate.
You should have waited for the second one.
I didn't know it was coming!
It always comes a little bit after you've done serving.
Shush! Shush!
Hi. Can you push the button? Okay. I can help you with this.
Oh. I made a mistake. I need a plate. No! Oh.
Huh?
No!
I love Sauce Random
I that one.
I didn't see what happened at the end there. Hello, Cat. How are you doing? Just like Link, always blame your jungle. Exactly. Sophia, your next Calvin song to sing is ready for the weekend. How are you doing, Cat?
Ready for... I don't think I know.
Hitsuga and
It's
Spice.
not on my playlist.
It's not on her playlist. I'm not sure what happened there at the end. Have you thought of getting tattoos? Yeah, I want to get it all over my body. Sleeves all the way down. Uh-huh. Oh, I didn't see the smiley face. I'm doing well, thank you. Well, I'm glad you're doing well. Get it on your playlist, he says.
Tell me how it's gonna be without me. If you ain't here, I just can't breathe. It's not air, no air. You really make me work for this?
Yes.
Where's the cucumber?
Okay, what's next? You need some fish. Can you grab the fish?
I got 2 plates.
Yeah. Oh, I have a dorky idea. Okay. Can you push the button when you're done? I just had a really dorky idea. What do we need right now?
I don't know, I'm assembling. I need cucumber and fish. Oh, I have a fish here. I need cucumber.
Cucumber's coming. Crazy idea. It's working. I need plates, dear. Alright, push the button. Those up. Those up. There's another plate coming. The plate, the plate, the plate, the plate.
I have 2 plates.
Alright. Push the button for me. Plate 1 coming. Can you grab that 1 plate right there? Oh, ignore the cucumber. We don't need the cucumber. But can you grab the fish as well? Let's fucking go! We're so good! Thank you so much for that follow just now. I'm an effing angel. That's a name.
Yeah.
That's a name. I'm a fucking angel. I like that name. We don't have any more time, I don't think. But we did get it.
Did?
Yeah, we got it. We got it.
We worked hard on this one.
That's that couple romance scenario. Working in the kitchen together like a boss. Is it an extra teammate? I'm on the PS4. Oh, probably not. She's drunk.
We're on PC.
And she's gonna be heading to bed here in a bit. I'm pretty sure.
We're on PC.
Yeah, we're also on PC. Is that a cute Sophia here? Although I am playing on a PS controller. Thank you so much for that follow, though. I hope you're doing well. Do you know how to do the Kevins? You know how to get all the Kevins to appear? And yes, this is a QD Sophia that you hear, Neo. No, I was asking F and Angel if they knew.
Oh.
I'm a F and Angel. What a name. Neo says hi.
Hi, Neo!
What is this one?
Oh, Neo has a sound name.
A sound name? What do you mean by that?
Yeah. Because it goes like...
Shoo.
Neo. Ah.
Alright, give me some chickens.
There's one over there.
Oh, I didn't see that one. Ah, shit, it's one of these. What? Oh, there's a thing here. Oh, fuck. Okay. We need rice.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Making dishes.
Oh, because you have... When you walk my way, oh, because you have... Never seen some taste like...
Alright, dear. Cut up that chicken.
Ah.
Where's the other pan? We need mushrooms as well? Where the heck are the mushrooms? Do you see mushrooms? Am I hallucinating?
Yeah, it's up top on your side.
Oh. Alright, we'll take care of that.
My tortilla!
Yeah. Woo! Woo! That fell. Woo! Woo!
I need rice.
Oh, I don't have any rice cooking. You can try to throw it inside the things.
I'm sorry, but I'm not the aim god.
Alright. You probably won't be able to, but come here with the plate and try to grab the rice when it's dead in the dash. Yeah. I had a feeling.
I got a feeling. Woo!
Oh god, it keeps moving back and forth. I'm not used to like... Oh. Can I just put that on? No, I have to cut it! I'm about to sneeze! Ah! Sorry, that hurt. Wait, do I have to cook this? Do I have to steam it? Okay. Now we need chicken.
You walk my way, can't see it out, can't see it out. If you find a man that's worth the damn, that keeps you. But it's a fool, you're just as well. Can't you help?
Oh, I gotta keep rice going. Keep forgetting about the rice.
Oh. I cut some chicken, but I see there's no chicken on the menu.
You're a duck.
There was chicken.
Oh, what would be good is a Hitsuga and Self Sims 4 collab stream. It's not Sophia, it's Aphrodite. Oh gosh. Sophia, voor mij har du drucket?
Jag har druckit 5 flaskor.
5 flaskor.
Plus och sida.
She had 5 drinks. And then some other stuff. Alright, dear. So, how do you want to go about this one? Because this one's chaotic. This one's like messing with my head. We need the rice. We need the rice. We also need the plates. We should move all the plates into the middle.
Oh, this is America.
Noah.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. We started out friends. It was cool, but it was all pretend. Yeah, yeah. Since you've been gone, you're dedicated. You took the time. Wasn't long till I called you mine. Yeah, yeah. Since you've been gone,
You can tell she's
and all you'd ever hear me say is how I picture me with you. That's all you'd ever hear me say. But since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time. I'm so moving on, yeah, yeah. Thanks to you, now I get what I want.
Look at her
Since you've been
driving.
gone.
Oh, jeez.
How can I put it? You put me on. I even fell for that stupid love song. Yeah, yeah. Since you've been gone, how come you never hear you say, I just wanna be with you? Guess you never felt that way.
Don't drink and drive. I condone that. I condone that.
I can't dream for the first time. I'm moving on, yeah, yeah. Thanks to you. Holy shit, I found a Kevin.
We've done that, Kevin.
Oh, we did this. Shit. Since you've been gone, you had your chance, you blew it. Out of sight, out of mind. Shut your mouth, I just can't take it. I can't.
Oh, there's a Kevin up top, though. See that one?
Yes. Ooh. Ooh.
It's Kevin time.
But
Sophia.
since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time. I'm so moving on, yeah, yeah. Thanks to you, now I get what I want.
Love you, boo.
I love you too.
No.
Thanks
hurt
to
my
you. Now I
That's exactly the vibe, Nima. That's the vibe right now, Nima.
get what I
Those
want.
emotes are perfect. Oh, jeez.
Since you've been gone. Since you've been gone. Since you've been gone.
I don't know if she can. This is America.
Oh, oh. Are you ready with your pinky?
A pinky?
Your pinky. Get your pinky ready. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Players, put your rings up to the moon. What you're trying to do? 24 karat magic in the air.
Is that it?
It's the pinky rings up to the moon.
Okay. I'm going to the moon with my pinky.
This is back again. Oh, they don't know. Oh, they don't know. But they know as soon as we walk in.
She's about to be. Yeah, when she said put your pinky up, I'm like,
England's
am I about to
finest
lose a
shoes.
pinky?
And look to how it might hurt yourself. It's Bruno.
It's what?
Keep up.
How are you doing,
Why are
huh?
you mad? Fix your face. Ain't my fault that you'll be jacking. Keep up. Players only. Put your pinky rings up to the moon.
How are you doing, hun?
What you trying to do?
I,
I'm Gucci.
I'm gonna need you to watch the VOD tomorrow. I'm gonna remind Sophia to watch the VOD tomorrow. Wait, run over the zombie bread. They're evil.
Oh my god, we can do that? Oh my god. Die, sucker. I'm a dangerous man. Put some money in my pocket. Keep
Could
up.
someone clip that specific thing that she just said? Die, fucker, die.
Oh. Why you mad? Fix your face. It's my fault that you'll be checking. Keep up. Put your pinky rings up to the moon. What you'll try to do. 24-karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so clear. Boom, boom. Okay, wait, where were we?
Either Kevin or 4-6. Oh, there's two Kevins.
There's two Kevins?
Yeah, there's one down there too.
Look it down like this.
That's Kevin
This
6
is
though.
Kevin 6?
That one was Kevin 5.
Did we do Kevin 4?
I think so.
Fight the feeling. Just put your pinky rings up to the
She just ran him
moon.
over.
What you trying to do? 24-karat magic in the air. Head to toe, so clear. To the moon. I can't find 4.
I do not remember where 4 was, but I remember doing 4. So,
You sure?
yeah.
Head to toe, so clear.
Sophia, can you do Robbie Williams? Sorry. Robbie Williams Angels?
No, that's Jack's song.
That's Jack's song. I see.
Yeah. It's his waterfall song.
Ah.
But I can do domino.
What's domino?
I'm feeling sexy and free. Like glitter spinning on me. You're like a shot of pure gold. I think I'm about to explode. I can taste the tension like a cloud of smoke in the air. Now I'm breathing like I'm running 'cause you're taking me there. Don't you know? You spin me out of control. Ooh, 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 ooh. We can do this all night. Damn, this life is skin tight. Baby, come on. Ooh, 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 ooh. Pull me like a bass drum, sparking up the rhythm. Baby, come on. Ooh, 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 ooh. And this is where I stop because it goes too far up for my voice.
Hi. You dork.
Take me down like I'm a domino. Every second is a highlight. When we touch, don't ever let me go. Oh, it's too bright for my voice. Oh. Okay. Wait, you sure we did 4?
Mm-hmm. Are you looking for a 4?
Yes.
I don't know where.
And also more things to run over.
You're such a bully.
What?
You're looking for things to run over. What do you mean, what do I mean?
Don't you know? You spin me out of control. Ooh, 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 ooh. We can do this all night.
I think no one's 2.
Baby, come on.
It's 1.
1. Wow. Ooh, 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 ooh. I'm lost. I found another one. Oh, there's 3. Every second is a highlight. When we... Oh, here's 4.
Yeah, there's 4.
Dancing in the moonlight. Take me down like I'm a domino.
You guys are witnessing murder.
There's 4 of them. Okay, so we're doing 5.
Alright. We can do 5.
Oh, baby, baby, dancing in the moonlight. Where was 5?
That's 6.
Is this?
Yes. I am smiling to the point that my cheeks hurt. She's an extreme dork.
Ooh, 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 ooh. I found 5.
Congrats. Now can we do 5 is another question.
Dancing in the moonlight. Take me down like
I guess I can VOD this entire stream, can't I? Did anyone clip her saying die? Whatever she said? I don't remember what she said. Did anyone clip that? If not, I'm gonna have to find it. Alright. Fish can just be readily on the plate.
Oh, you got that one, so I'll chop shrimp, I guess? There's wind currents again!
Oh, there needs to be...
Wait, what happened?
We got ran over! I'm walking here!
Where's the... Oh, there's the flower. I got run over! What the heck?
This is kind of troll. What the fuck?
Wait, what happened to the contents?
They go missing if you get ran over.
What? I didn't know what I mean. It's a whole thing. What do I do with this?
You have to dump it. Dump it!
I feel like a woman.
Alright, I'm waiting for the car because I know. What? What just happened?
Oh wait, you got the shrimp already. I'm gonna do dishes.
Ah!
Oh, we can deliver food on both sides.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Can you deliver that one? I got it. Progress! How are you doing, Captain? Alright, I get it now.
I don't get it.
You just gotta not die. That's all.
But I always.
You can walk around and juke him. What the fuck?
Coming.
Okay, I get it now. Wait, what? Is this not on this? Oh.
Fuck. Fuck.
Whee. Not today, bitch. Alright, forget everything else, just serve the dishes when they're ready.
Where's the clean dishes?
There's one right there,
Ah. Ah.
Okay. Okay. We got 1 star. Let's go. Doing well. Happy to see your face as always, especially since it's smiling and kind of a pinkish hue to the cheeks, almost like you're having a lovely time. Yeah, my cheeks are probably very much in pain. Alright, can you retry? I get it now.
You do?
Yeah, we just gotta not die. That's all.
Uh-huh.
I throw flour to the mixers. Oh no, actually I spawn on the right side. You put flowers in the mixers, you just throw it across. Grab them and just throw them across. And then, if it's fish, I'll chop it up and I'll throw it to you. Or whoever chops it up. You chop it up. Okay. Okay, I see.
Get any of that.
Throw a flower at me. Chop that up. Put it in the steamer when you're done. There we go. Okay, and I grab meat.
Oh. No! Oh, it's on the road! It survived! Did you survive?
It did. I just gotta wait for the thing. Alright, go chop him.
Chop it! Ah! I just had to put it on the side. It was doing the thing.
Go clean those dishes.
Hi.
We got that and that and that. I need prawns. Oh, he died. Did you wait for the cars to pass?
Yes.
Nicely done, dear. Okay. You grab the meat and serve it. Grab the prawn and like put it in the thing.
What thing?
Oh.
Ah! Ready.
Put those in the steamers when you're done. Wait for the car, so be careful for the car. Okay, there we go.
I'm fearless.
Alright, grab a plate. When these are done, we'll have to serve them.
I can't. I can't.
What do you mean you can't? You took it off too early.
I didn't take it off. It was off.
Oh.
You didn't put it on. You didn't put it.
I didn't put it on.
And you blame me?
I did blame you. I'm so sorry.
Oh no. I'm gonna have to end after this.
Is it late? Is it really late for you?
The weed stir is back.
Oh.
Ah.
The person is out here smoking them doobies. Okay, that's all we can focus on for now. Oh, you didn't put the other one in? Ah!
What other one?
Did we get close? We got 3 stars, baby! Let's fucking go! Yeah! Frogger of extra steps. I'm so proud of Hitsu and stuff. I'm like, God, imagine cooking like this IRL, Monkey S. Yeah, it's not very good for safety regulations. That sounds pretty fucking awful. But we did it. So no problems there. Terrible for safety regulations stuff, but we did it. We got Kevin 5. High five, Boo. I'm high-fiving you right now to the camera.
I pinky you.
Oh, pinky you as well. Stark. Got 3 stars, that's what matters. Chica dabbing. Chica dabbing. Chica, I said chica, god damn it. But that was the last one, you said? Cause
Yeah.
okay. Well, you take care of yourself, dear. Thank you for playing. Thank you for hanging out and sharing with everyone how drunk you were. I need to find my place on stream. Hold up. How do I do this? Fuck. I need to clip that moment. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go through my stream and find that moment.
Fire away, ricochet. You take your aim, fire away. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I'm titanium. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I'm titanium.
Videos? Sosa dork? Yeah, Sosa major dork. Love this song. Damien loves that song. Oh, Hitsu, what's happening with movie night? Any decisions yet? Not yet. I want to, but I haven't decided yet.
Fire of the ones who run. Stone hard as a poet.
Okay, so that's that. I need to. It was recent into the stream, like recent. It was when she started running people over. Okay. Let's close the game. You're a dork, hon.
We're titanium!
Dirk, let me close this game.
Party lights. They be like strobing, giving a fit, you know? Like, all colorful and blinky, like, And we're just all like, we're titanium!
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we're like. Titanium. Soph and Hitsu karaoke stream must happen. Oh god. I wouldn't be able to. Sophia would be able to. Non-stop. But I wouldn't be able to. But no, I haven't decided on movies yet. I can't karaoke. I have no lyrical.
You'll be like, Sonoji no sarame.
Yeah, maybe. No promises.
Mm-hmm.
No promises. Karaoke can only sing JoJo openings. Easy fix. Easy solution. Alright.
Okay.
Desktop.
Wait, you sure we did? Too far.
When she runs someone over for the first time.
Just put some money in my pocket.
Did someone click that specific thing? Oh, found it. They're evil.
Won't you?
Oh my god,
see
we can
about
do that.
me? I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Tell me your troubles and doubts, giving me everything inside and out, and
#bless.
love strange, surreal in the dark. Think of the tender things.
Okay, I found the
we were
clip.
Working on.
If it says singing, we watched JoJo's.
Change may pull us apart.
I'm gonna remind Sophia to watch
When the
vlog.
light gets into your heart, baby, don't you forget about me. Don't.
Is this what Sophia is singing to
forget about
Is this
me.
what she's telling all of you guys to not forget about her before she goes to sleep?
It's my playlist.
Wait, run over the zombie bread.
Oh, this one is
They're
dirty.
evil.
Oh my god, we can do that. Skipping. Oh my god. Die, sucker, die. Hashtag bless.
Okay.
Okay, the next lyrics are easy. They go,
How's that?
doo doo doop dum, doo doo doop, doo doop da dum, doo doo doop dum,
Mm-hmm.
doo 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 dum, doo 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 dum, doo 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 dum, doo 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 dum, doo 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 doo, doo 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 dum, doo 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 dum.
I put it in the Discord. I'm gonna make that a soundbite later. Die, fucker, die. Huh?
Thought you would always be mine. Now you want to be free. So I'm letting you fly. 'Cause I know in my heart, babe, our love will never die. No, you'll always be a part of me. I'm part of you indefinitely. Boy, don't you know you can't escape me. Ooh, darling, 'cause you'll always be my baby. And we linger on. Time can't erase the feeling is strong. No way, you're never gonna shake me. Ooh, darling, 'cause you'll always be my baby. This is why we marrying, bro, dude. No, not bro, ew. My beloved dude.
My beloved dude. Is that my official title now? The beloved dude. Is that what I'm known as?
How do you say it in like a homey but loving kind of way?
My bro? No, you. My beloved dude. Don't I still have quotes? Hold up. Quotes. Quotes? I do. Add quote.
Cause you'll always be my baby.
Quote 183.
Oh no. See you walking around like it's a funeral.
I like it.
Not so serious, girl, why those feet cold? We just getting started, don't you tiptoe, tiptoe.
Well, while she's singing, I'm gonna go refill on my
Face
water.
with a masterpiece.
So I'm gonna leave her to take care of stream.
You should be rolling with
BRB.
You should be rolling with me. Ah, you're a real life fantasy. You're a real life fantasy. But you're moving so carefully. Let's start living dangerously. Talk to me, baby. I'm going blind from this. Switch with craving. Whoa. Let's lose our minds and go. Hiking crazy. Keep on hoping. Cake by the ocean. Walk for me, baby. I'll be Diddy, you'll be Naomi. Oh, let's lose our minds and go heckin' crazy. Keep on hoping, Willie. Cake by the ocean. How explicit can I sing? I don't wanna get my beloved dude banned, bro. I would just skip the song just in case. Spotify ads. Woo. There's always that one person that will always have your heart. You never see it coming 'cause you're blinded from the start. Know that you're the one for me. It's clear for everyone to see. Ooh, baby, you'll always be my boo. Oh, boo is gangsta. Give you your first kiss, dream them. Yeah, I'll tell you what I want, but I really, really want. So tell me what you want, but you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, but I really, really want. So tell me what you want, but you really, really want. I really, really wanna say, ah. If you want my future, forget my past. If you wanna get with me, better make it fast. Now don't go wasting my precious time. Get your act together, we could be just fine. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Really, really, really wanna sing ah. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you have got to give. Taking is too easy, but that's the way it is. So what you think about that? Now you know how I feel. Then you can handle my love. Are you for real? I won't be hasty. I'll give you a try. If you really bug me, then I'll say
She doesn't have to know that I'm back.
yeah, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna really, really wanna sing, ah. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you have got to give. Taking is too easy, but that's the way it is. So here's the story from A to Z. You wanna get with me, you gotta listen carefully. We got M in the place who likes it in your face. We got G like MC who likes it on an easy V. Doesn't come for free, she's a real lady. You'll see. Slam your body down and wind it all around. Slam your body down and wind it all around. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you have got to give. Taking is too easy, but that's the way it is. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta slam. Slam your body down and wind it all around. Slam your body down and wind it all around.
She's so fucking precious. She can't hear me because I muted. But she's so precious. I love her so much. Does she know? Is she even responding to chat? She's just singing the entire time. Let me catch up in chat. I'm back. Hello.
You know I have your stream open behind my Spotify, right? So I can hear you.
Huh. Coming to Jack's wedding? I would like to. It's a matter of whether or not I can afford to. So that's the deal with that. I think we'll be able to, but I don't know entirely just yet. Then there's also the issue. Well, that being said, they also kind of did the thing with the student loans recently, so maybe that'll play out well, and maybe it'll be easier. But I'm still not sure if I'll be able to afford it or not. All right. Since Sophia's the only one left, yes, this is Sophia's first stream. Congratulations, dear. That was your first stream. Sing explicit, say motherfucker. What? Did she say it? Swearing is fine, but no, just no racism and you're good. Were you being racist on my chat, dear?
Huh?
Why is Damien having to tell you to not be racist? How's your cat, by the way?
Because I said Boo was gangsta?
I don't know. He's great. He spent most of the day curled up to me in some way. Oh, that sounds cute. Song request stream, Sophia edition. Dude. Adorable Sophia singing a British classic. She swore so many times. Look at this nerd. Hey, Sophia's been working out. Holy crap, said Tally. Deku smile from Captain. How have you been, Captain? I haven't talked with you in a while. I hope you've been well. This will end well, so we clip it, and ship it. Not that nothing. No, I didn't do anything. Hitsuga got caught slipping? Nah, I don't know what you mean. We did nothing wrong.
Had to have hopes for a living. Shooting for the stars when I couldn't make a killing. Didn't have a dime, but I always had a vision. Always had hopes. Had to have hopes for a living. Didn't know how, but I always had a feeling I was gonna be that one in a million. Always had hopes.
You gotta learn the lyrics.
Huh?
Why do you not know lyrics? We should be singing this together.
I don't know lyrics, I'm sorry. I will try one day to learn lyrics. All the songs that you love and sing, one day I'll sing for you. In the privacy of our own company. Because I cannot sing.
This is such a good song, though.
Had to have hopes for a living. Didn't know how, but I always had a feeling I was gonna be that one in a million.
I'm gonna play
Always
League.
had hopes.
Good luck. Shoot them.
I blanked.
I'm
Love you, boo. Oh, I forgot I dropped the controller when I was walking out.
It's the dot in the middle.
The crosshair?
Like, you know when you go like, ding.
Bing!
Shoot that dink.
Dink him. Gotcha. Did you say League? Sophia's saying so accurate I'm gonna get DMCA'd? Yeah, well I'll download the VOD. For sure.
You said League. You don't dink in League.
No. But
I was thinking Valo.
you're close though. They're same company, Riot Games. Shoot that dink. I've been alright. Life hasn't slowed down much. But yeah, I'm doing my best. I miss you, and I'm always here, ready to answer messages whenever. Captain feeds aplenty. Yeah, just reach out. Send me messages. I want to check. I want to talk with you again. I want to see how you've been doing. Wait, what? Current hype train conductor? Was there a hype train? Did I miss a hype train? What? How is there a current hype train conductor when there's literally no hype train? Did you inadvertently create a hype? So much hype that even though nothing happened, there's so much hype that a hype train happened, dear. I'm always the captain. You're always the captain now. You shoot in League if you're ADC? I can't. But I'm gonna try to be Vi jungle. I've been having some fun playing Vi. But yes, Boo, how are you?
Moi?
Yeah.
I
Did you have
found
fun?
out that Boo is gangsta.
Well, yeah. Of course you're gangsta.
So I can just call you Boo instead of my beloved dude.
My beloved dude. You're a dork. Vi, Pog, my fave. Yeah, it's gonna be a random Vi stream. I don't know why I've been enjoying League. Actually, I know why. I did a flash Q once and I did it actually correct, and I was like, wow, woo, how exciting. I will take the gauntlet, dude. Dude. Can we just have a day where we just go around calling everyone dudes? What's up, dude? What's my dude been up to? What a dude. Look at that dude. I love that dude.
He met Marmalade down in old Moulin Rouge.
Both dork instead of dude.
She said, hello, hey Joe, you wanna give it a go? Gitchy, ya, da, da. Gitchy, ya, ya. Mocha chocolate.
I'm not used to like looking straight into the camera anymore because I can never tell where their center is.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
What's the best thing that's happened this month, dude? And dude self? Who's Joe? Is that Hitsy's real name? Nah. That's Joe Mama. I got him! I played Assassin Vi recently. It's surprisingly fun. Yeah, it is. I mean, the current slang do be bussin' though. It do be bussin'. The confidence of Sophia though? You have grown so much. Never mind, only Sophia has grown. What? Tally's saying how much you've grown.
Well, I am taller than you.
Alright guys, I gotta go. Can't believe I'm getting bullied in her stream now, I guess. Even though I'm actually physically taller. The audacity.
Creole Lady Marmalade.
I mean, people do grow. It works. It still works. Streamer mode is enabled. Stay safe, friend. Thank you, Discord, for calling me a friend. How tall are you? I am 175 centimeters, or 6.9, or 6 feet and 9 inches tall. Either or. So I'm 69. No, I'm not. Sorry, I fucked it up. I'm 5'9", or 69 inches. What the fuck am I saying? No, I am actually 69 inches. Yeah, that's why I was confused. I'm 69 inches, 5'9", 175 centimeters. Boom. I'm probably like 2 to 4 centimeters taller than Sophia, but she does not slouch, and I do. Yeah, that's the reason why I said 69, because I like saying 69, but I am actually 69 inches tall. 6'9", you a monster. Yeah. Fucking peasants. How dare you look at me like that? Ridiculous. Oh shit. She got the bling on.
Do you remember 21st night, September? Life was changing the mind of pretenders while we're chasing the clouds away. Our hearts were ringing in the key that our souls were singing. As we danced in the night, remember?
She could probably start a rap
All the
career if
stars
she
stole
wanted
the
to.
night
Just a
away.
little bit of time. That's all she needs.
Maria, say that you remember, Maria, dancing in September, Maria. Now that was a cloudy day.
I see sunglasses in my brain. Thanks for that song, like a G6. Swag Fia. That was Swag Fia. Not Swag Sophia. Swag Fia. My sister's husband is 7'3". He actually has to duck into doors. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm happy about my average height because it is proper average. 5'9", 69 inches. 175 centimeters. But, huh?
Speaking of height,
Uh-huh.
remember when I asked you on behalf of my friend today if you had any good-looking homies?
Mm-hmm.
Well, at first she was like, "Do you know if he has any good-looking homies that is gonna attend a wedding?" And I was like, "I don't know. I'm asking." And she's like, "Wait, no, but like average height for Asians, that's not gonna work for me because I'm taller than average height, so they're gonna be like tiny compared to me." And I'm just looking at her like, so you think that all of Hitsu's friends are Asian and they're all chibi?
Tiny. Tiny. Oof. Well, no. For example, we have Sierra, who is a tall beast. We got Tsubasa, who is also a tall beast.
He's not even Asian.
He's not Asian at all. He's quite black. Not even close to being Asian. Besides being a weeb. That's the closest thing. I'm not that tall. You're pretty tall. An average height for Asians is like 5'5", I think. Or 5'6", or something like that. Imagine being less than 6 feet. Yeah, short kings. Sorry, my short kings. If you're below 6 feet, you're garbage in the eyes of women, apparently.
I think she said she's 174.
Oh, I'm taller than her? Is that
Are you?
how bad my posture is? I'm 1 centimeter taller than her. But I would never look it, because she wore that, like, the corset that one day or whatever. No, not a corset, the cool jacket. The cool jacket that was very tight. I remember. Never mind.
I've never seen her in corset.
It was as tight as a corset, is what I was gonna say. Well, I'm above average height for being Asian. Yeah, I think average height for Asian. I can look this up, actually. I don't want to be spewing some bullshit. Oh yeah, I was looking at Nelnet earlier. That shit was... I'm excited. Asian average height. Yeah, it's 5'6". 5'6" is average Asian height.
If you need me, call me.
I'm 3 inches taller than the average Asian. Let's fucking go. Oh, too bad I would probably fit right in because I never have proper posture. Hey.
Ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough.
Here's some lyrics I don't know.
Keep me from getting to you, babe. Remember the day I set you free? I told you you could always count on me, dude. From that day.
Dude. I'm 6 foot and built like a house. Houses are cool. I like houses. I want to be taller though. Sophie, did you know I'm half Norwegian? I'm okay with my height, I think. Being perfectly average. Everything I could ever want was made for my height. Cars, my height. Fridges, my height. Sinks, my height. Urinals, my height. Like, everything is fucking perfect for me. Like, I don't have to worry about, like, bedding down awkwardly or, like, standing on my tippy toes for anything. My height.
Me on heels, above your height.
Stream's over, guys. I'll see you next time. Take care. Have fun. Getting fucking bullied. Hitsu needs to wear heels. Yeah, I'll wear heels as well, huh? How about that? I'll wear some heels. God damn it. I'll put on the heels. I don't know. I'm not afraid of heels. Did you know that Snake is half Norwegian? I'm not sure if you're reading chat at all, dear.
So what's the other half?
Not Norwegian. Obviously. That's silly. What a silly question. Yeah. Asian average height is only 5'6", Sierra. So I'm well above average. I'm like average American height, I think. Which is what I meant. I think average Norwegian height, though, is like 5'10", though, I think. 5'10", 5'11", maybe. So I'm actually below average in Norway. Not that it fucking matters. Let's see. Average Norwegian height. Oh no, it's still 5'9". The more you know.
We couldn't turn around till we were upside down. I'll be the bad guy now.
Half Norwegian, half actual snake. Yeah, he's half actual snake, dear.
Even when I tried, you don't believe it.
Aren't all humans mixed at this point, though? I mean,
season change and I went cold. Feel the flame 'cause we can't let go. Run away, but we're running circles. Run away. I dare you to do something. I'm waiting on you again, so I don't take the blame. Run away, but we're running in circles.
How tall are you, Sierra? Because you were like 6 foot or a bit more, right? But I'm literally half Irish, half Indian, 50-50 each side, and then half Norwegian? 6'2". Okay, 6. I mean, that's close enough. There's never... You should never worry too much about your height because people are perfect the way they are. Yeah, I met you, but I was slouching. So, like, everyone I meet instantly feels like they're 10 foot, like, taller because I'm always like this. I'm like, hey, guys. Welcome to my stream.
I am half mom and half dad.
I'm half Norwegian. You were lying. The lie. And the lie. But yes, I would say there's like a theory out there that eventually, as time goes on and the world becomes more interconnected, races will stop being a matter of focus because everyone will be so mixed at a point that they'll just be kind of like everyone's kind of the same, minus like the extreme like conditions of different folks who live like very, very traditional styles, like way up in the glaciers or some crazy shit like that. But which I feel like makes sense. I feel like as time goes on, that probably really would happen unless something was a major front, like something major happened to stop it. But posture check. I am half hungry, so I'm getting food. True. Go get yourself some food.
I'm waiting on you again, so I don't take the blame. Run away, but we're running in circles. Run away, run away, run away.
But, off topic, one of the things I want to discuss. Did you guys hear about... NANI?! Oh, yamete! Oh. can't help it. I'm finally fucking beat.
Used to say
I'll get better at that eventually.
Hey
Hey, Hive. Let me squeeze hits. No, I haven't heard of.
I'm keeping her in check. She was
Rip Sue? Dead Sue. Dead Suga. But have you guys heard of the student loan shenanigans going on? Have you guys heard of that? So, actually, I can check my bank account right now and see how much I have in my bank.
And I'm not trying to lose. Then you left.
Come on. Username. I'll do my best to not showcase this information on stream. I don't think I am, right? It's Sophia? Yeah, it's just Sophia. Alright, yeah, I literally have $30 in my bank account. But, I posted a tweet about this. Let me pull up the tweet. Where was it?
Every time we're leaving on you, you don't make it easy, no. Wish I could be there for you. Give me a reason to, oh. Every time I'm walking out, I can hear you tell me to turn around. Fighting for my trust and you won't back down. Even if we gotta risk it all right now. I know you're scared of the unknown.
Fuck, okay, hold up.
You don't wanna be alone.
Hold. Oh no, I want Sophia's face to still be there.
But it's out of my control. You'll be left in the dust unless I stuck by you. Sunflower. I think your love would be too much.
All right, so basically, from what I understand of it, Sophia's an extreme cutie. From what I understand of it, this is how much. This is my loans, by the way. I owe exactly $19,802 of student loan debt, and out of that, I've gotten a Pell Grant for $12,415 into that loan before in the past or whatever. I think. I'm not sure how it works exactly. I don't remember. Look at her. She's so cute. But basically, they're saying that if you have had a loan, student loan, and you had Pell Grants, then and you earn less than a certain amount of money, $120K, definitely me, because I have not been working. I'm a broke ass bitch. I got $30 in my bank account. I'm poor as fuck. And this is something that I was worried about. Right? But if it's true, instead of getting 10K, I might be able to get 20K forgiveness. So I'm pretty excited about that, and I'm hoping you guys, whoever has student loans, can also benefit from this. So if you guys have any more information for me to know, I'd be happy to know, because I definitely want to go, get rid of that student loan debt. But I also can give you guys the website if you guys need to actually find out how much you owe and like how much is Pell Grant and all that. But yeah, I'm so excited that came out, because I have just enough that I could actually, if the 20K comes in for the student loan debt, that's the entire deleted, done with. Goodbye, sayonara. I don't care anymore. You can also get a grant for 6K from the government as well for further education. I could, but I'm gonna move to Norway eventually, and I'm gonna go to school for free. Cause that's my idea. Fuck, I'm missing the podcast. Oh shit! Hi Kylie, how are you doing? We were playing Overcooked earlier. Sophia.
Yeah?
It's Kylie.
Hi,
Kylie! Okay, she's jamming out. She's just listening to her music. She's also a little bit drunk, so don't mind her.
This is the song, though.
What song? I don't even know what song it is. You're not even singing it.
It's the...
I don't know what that song is.
It's the...
is that supposed to mean?
It's what it's known for.
I don't know. Sophie's jamming's her favorite song. Oh, Norway, are you moving to no? Oh God damn it, Snake. Sophie's lit. Kylie says, "Hey, girl."
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces passing, I'm homebound.
Ah.
Staring blankly ahead, just making my way through the crowd. Are you ready?
Uh-huh.
And I need you, and I miss you, and now I wonder
You're such a
if I
dork.
could fall into the sky. Do you think time would pass me by? 'Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you tonight.
Yeah, so she's drunk. I'm surprised she's still drunk. I thought she was sobering up a little bit. But maybe there's still a little bit in her system. She had a lot to drink. But I love her. She's fantastic. At least she isn't saying Bay Shark anymore, though. But how are you doing, Kylie? What's up?
Are you ready?
Am I ready?
'Cause I need you, and I miss you, and now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think time would pass me by? Oh, 'cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you tonight.
Hits himself should make a top 10 soft hits for the year. Hitsu or Horse, as my phone decides to try and call you. I had some trouble with my work today, which kind of annoyed me. Trouble? What kind of trouble? What happened? But yes, Kylie said, "Hey, girl." Like,
Hello, girl.
nicely done, dear. Nicely done. Very smooth.
I was
Very.
trying to think of the equivalent of dude, but my brain was just like, dudette?
Dudette. Hitsu. They made me a platoon sergeant. Oh God. I'm so sorry for you. Wait, that's an evil smile. Wait, maybe you're excited.
Now I wonder
How has it been so far?
I could fall into the
So
sky.
hot in Nebraska.
Do you think time could pass us by? 'Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you. Oh, if I could
Oh, what's that
fall into the sky.
Dudette or Dudes is acceptable.
Time would
Oh,
pass
hello.
me
Hello, Mel.
by.
Welcome back.
You know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could
Busy and
just
stupid.
see you.
Yeah. I figured.
If I could just hold you tonight. How did you not get that from the...
I'm gonna be honest. I thought when you do this, I think drugged ravers. Okay, like they're just like on that what is it called? It's not, well, ecstasy basically.
Saying I looked like a drugged raver?
Nay, but that head shaking movement is what I was thinking of. I fucked up, chat. Oi! 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 Baka!
I used to have a hole in the wall with a mattress. It's funny how you want it. Suddenly you have it. You find out that the goal's just plastic every day, every night. I've been thinking back on you and I every day, every night.
I worked my whole life just to get it right, just to be like, look at me, I'm never coming down. This is a Rose from
Tyler?
Blackpink.
Doctor Who?
Black
Rose
Pink.
Tyler.
Blackpink.
In my area? Just chatting? Oh, well, thank you, Kylie, for changing that. Because I completely forgot about that shit. We were playing Overcooked earlier. She said Rose from Blackpink. Yeah, she's quite cultured. I know who is in Blackpink.
Actually, get it. Just to
Yeah, I'm fucking trolling. It's when you plan on moving, before the wedding is the idea. Not entirely sure when exactly, but before the wedding.
It's his default answer when he can't get it right is, I'm just trolling. Guys, I'm just trolling. I don't really mean it.
I'm not offended. Whatever. So basically, I'm getting back on my old contract with the NHS, so I had to prove I had the right to work. Anyways, I was meant to start Monday, but it fell through, and my passport expired on Tuesday, so I sent it off to get renewed, and then they said, oh, without the passport, we can't do anything. Despite the fact I had a picture of it on my phone and used the same idea as the same contract to prove my right to work when I did it before. Just caused issues. Like, just petty issues. Like, go on there, take all the toilet paper. Then when they ask for it, just bring it. Easy fix. That's when they really need people. Hive says you can hit me again. I'm not sure why.
Oh.
Oh, you should have done it that way. Sorry, I'm a bad actor. Oh. Being petty is the best way to deal with people in England. Is it actually? I don't know anything about England. All I know is that in London you get stabbed, apparently. That's a meme now, that people get... Why is that a meme? Walking around on the streets equals you getting stabbed. Or extreme sarcasm. Extreme sarcasm, I know. It's like, oh, you just randomly get backstabbed. I've been seeing that on Twitter, and I don't know if that's like a recent meme or not. Or like that story happened. Like, how are you going to accept my expired 11-year-old... how... Oh, yeah, exactly. British humor. It is a meme because of the stabbing rate. Gosh damn it. Can confirm I got stabbed 69 times. Ah, fuck. That sounds rough. Here in Nebraska, I've only been stabbed 42 times. Nowhere near the amount that you guys get in, good old Britain. By me, I did it. Everyone in London has been stabbed and stabbed someone. That's crazy. Look at Sophia. She's sitting there like mouthing words to herself, just enjoying music. Wow. She's so precious.
You, baby, and if it's
quite alright, I need you. Baby? Is that what he says? And then I forgot the rest. Da, 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 da. Watch me when I say, oh pretty baby. And Manchester, you get stabbed at the border. It's important. All tourists should go to London at least once just to get a quick little shiv. Just for our memories, I love her. I love you, Dirk. Oh.
you, baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm these lonely nights. I love you. baby.
Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby. And then I forgot the rest. So, you know. Love you, baby. Oh, woo.
I love you too, my beloved dude.
My beloved dude. I live in a town called Preston. Hardly anyone gets stabbed here. Pfft. Preston sounds kind of posh, ain't it? Nah, that ain't the way. Want to live? Make a shiv. Goddamn. Y'all are dirks. She's so pretty. Oh, shit. Look at her eyes. I know the camera's kind of lower quality, but look at her eyes.
You on my camera?
Yeah, but look at her eyes.
I need you, baby.
I live in a town called Croydon. Everyone gets stabbed here. Yeah, Croydon's where it's at. Preston is not posh. I'm from Cambridge. Most town looks like garbage now. Oh, God. That's unfortunate.
I've heard of Croydon before.
Croydon?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, everyone gets stabbed there, so you probably heard about it before, because everyone gets stabbed there. I say everyone gets stabbed there, and she's just like, yeah, everyone gets stabbed there. Dancing time, baby.
Are you ready?
Huh?
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other gal. Just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you.
Thank you, dear. For Rick
I
rolling.
asked if you were ready.
No, I was not ready for that. Snake, your funeral is gonna be be all of us dancing as Soph sings. Snake is just gonna be dying on the floor from stab wounds, and Sophie's gonna be there. Oh shit! Let's dance. Sorry in advance, Snake. I'm so sorry.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna
my
let
God.
you down.
Well, that's the end of the stream. Thank you everyone for stopping by. I hope you guys had a fantastic time. I'm gonna head out now. You dork.
Never gonna give you up.
I'm kidding.
Never gonna let you
I want to
down.
play League.
Never gonna... You said what?
Huh?
I heard I want to and League in the same sentence.
I want to play League. Love you, miss you. We'll catch up later. Oh, we'll catch up, alright, Captain. I'll see you soon.
Never gonna give you up.
Both such dorks. Love it. Yeah, she's a mega dork. Dork means whale hot dog. Okay, he said he wants to kiss you. Wait, I did? I did. Did I? Did I say that out loud? I'm gonna get some dinner at 2 a.m. Chow? No, you enjoy your food at 2 a.m. Crazy, crazy. Ibuki wink. It's a busy. Okay. Oh, this is the thingamabobs that I use to do the thingamabobs. Like this. Heck yeah. That's what I use.
When I wake up, I can't even stay up. I slept through the day, fuck. I'm not getting younger. But
It's the
when I'm
thingamabobs.
older, I'll be so much stronger. I'll be stuck for longer. Meet me at our spot. Cut a vibe. Baby, are you coming for the ride? I just wanna look into your eyes.
For the longest
I just
time,
wanna stay for the night.
I didn't know
Maybe
that Willow
we can
Smith was
hit
the
the
person that
floor
sang the song.
fine. Hypnotized by the lights. Man, this must be the light. When I go to sleep, I can't even fall asleep. Something's got a hold of me. Feel it taking over me. But when I'm older, I'll be moving onward. I just got a drunk text. Meet me at our spot. We kind of vibe. Baby, are you coming for the ride? When I look into your eyes, I just wanna hold you all night. Maybe we can take a drive. Maybe we can hit the 405.
I feel like
Hypnotized by the lights. Man, this must be the
I feel
light.
like if we had karaoke at our wedding, the wedding would not end.
If we had karaoke at our wedding, we're gonna hear depressed sheep singing in Vietnamese.
And that. But the wedding would not end ever. I don't think.
Got a vibe. Coming for the ride. I just wanna look into your eyes. I just wanna stay for the night. When we take a drive, maybe we can hit the 405. Hypnotized by the lights. Man, this must be the
Exactly,
light.
precious. How are you feeling, hon? Less? Are you feeling more sober?
Tired.
Oh, she's tired.
My what's it called? Sleep bags
Mm-hmm.
have their own sleep bags.
Wait, you actually got very little sleep yesterday. What time is it for you? It's 3 a.m. And you barely... Don't you have to wake up early again today?
No. Wait. No.
Are you
It's
sure?
Friday now.
You had stuff planned for
Yay.
Friday.
Yeah, bowling later in the day.
Oh, very good.
Saturday, though, I have to wake up early.
Depressed sheep singing Vietnamese. Exactly, Hive. That's you heard it correctly. 10,000%. Exactly what you heard. So. Oh, fuck. It's
Me
not my head.
too. Your song.
What's my song?
Feel like sun on my skin. So this is love. I know it is. I know I sound super cliche, but you make me feel some type of way. This is falling in love.
Hello? Sorry, my headset fell off. I don't know how that happened. It fell off and I had to fix it. That's crazy.
Don't worry, boo. I got you.
Oh,
Like sound on my skin.
oh, dang, it fell off again. I am trying to grab onto it right now, but it's just... I'm having a hard time gripping today. I guess. That's... Wow. It's like I forgot how to use my hands. That's crazy. Oh, there we go.
It's an adorable song.
Yeah, those pesky headphones always falling. Just right at... It's like it's slipping through my fingertips, but instead of my fingertips, it's my entire hand. It's just slipping right past it. I have to keep catching it. That's crazy. But yes. I'm having a hard time gripping today. God damn. Oh, fucking add quote. How do you spell quote, guys? It's Quote, right? I'm not crazy. I'm not fucking crazy. I know that's how you spell it.
This one is for the boys with the booming system. Top down AC with the cooling system. When he comes up in the club, he replaces them up. Got stacks on deck like he's saving up. And he ill, he real, he might go to jail. He pop bottles and he got the right kind of build. He cold, he dope, he might sell coke. He always in the air, but he never fly coach. He's a motherfucking trip, stiller of the ship. When he make a drip, kiss him on the lip. That's the kind of dude I was looking for. And yes, you'll get slapped if you're looking home. I said, excuse me, you're a hell of a guy. I mean, my, you're like a pelican fly. I mean, you're so shy and I'm loving you tight. I'm like sticking at a guy with a thing on his eye. Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Somebody please tell him who the F I am. I am Nicki Minaj and Mac dudes up. Back hoops up and chuck the dudes up.
That's my girl! Let's fucking go! Grip harder. Oh, God. Those pesky headphones. I'm having a... Like Hitsu's falls for Sophia. Oh, my God. Yes, Snake. I get it. I'm always falling for her. At every single point in time, I can't help but fall for her. DJ Record Scratch. Word. Yeah. Got her. Fantastic. Bro.
Dude. My beloved dude.
my dude. You're such a dork. Sophia's saying mother. Yeah, whenever Sophia cusses, it's actually really fucking cute. Like, she can't cuss, like, in a proper angry way ever. Like, even when she has been angry at me for something, and she has actually cussed, every single time she's actually cussed.
I cuss at you angry.
Or maybe in general, when you've been angry and then you cussed. It's so fucking cute.
I don't cuss in anger. I cuss when there's accidents. Like earlier, when I got home, I had to take off my boots, and then my balance knocked off, so I fell flat on my butt, and I was like, "Fuck."
The point is, whenever she cusses.
When I'm angry.
Point is, whenever she cusses, it's really adorable. I don't know what she does, how she does it, but I think it's adorable. She's just out here vibing. You said you're tired though, dear? You should start getting ready for bed.
So I'm tired and I'm dropping those bars, my dude.
You're a dork. The mic didn't even pick up half of that. But it doesn't change the fact that you're an absolute dork. Did I take many photos this time? I haven't uploaded the photos since the PC yet, though. So, not really. I can't really share that. But, I had a good time in Norway this time around. That was a fantastic trip. Got to do a lot of things. Got to make a lot of things food-wise. Got to see a lot of things. I even bled. Hurt myself over there. You know, I got the proper sweat and tears and blood and exercise and all the fun jazz, and he made food, progressed as a human being. Quite a fun experience, I think. Yeah, she beat me up quite often for snoring. I had a swollen eye here.
I have witnesses to I swear, your snoring probably registered on the Richter scale.
Norwegian's very good, thank you. Damn, y'all boxing over there? Yeah, I would just be sleeping, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it'd just be like, pop! You know what I mean? Like, it's just, for example, this is Sophia sleeping, super casual, right? I'm over here sleeping, snoring, I guess. and she's just like, you know what I mean? Like she's just like instantly like just right in my face, like just like wake up, stop fucking snoring. I'm like, what just happened? And boom, one time she hit me just right, and I had a black eye. She was hurting me. Yep, I'll see you in court.
I have the surgeon. Was it a cardiologist?
He's a
Brain
cardiologist
surgeon?
and an
Cardiologist?
anesthesiologist.
Who documented that black eye, blue eye, red eye? Red eye. Was it red eye?
It was a red eye, yes.
Was self-inflicted by you, who kept doing this and made an infection in your eye. I have proof, medical proof, from a cardiologist / anesthesiologist.
Yeah? Well, how do you explain the busted lip that I had for a while then, huh?
We have video footage. My sister took pictures. She filmed you going headfirst outside.
I'm not listening. Oh, jeez. I had a good time in Norway. It was fantastic. Oh god, there are also incidents too. Forgot about those. But I'll refrain from saying them.
No sleep, and it was not for the good reasons.
Yeah, the cardiologist and the anesthesiologist, he's both. Super impressive person, actually. Yeah, you paid him off.
I was broke supporting you.
False testimony.
I was broke supporting you.
That's exactly what someone like that would say. Dork. Yeah, round 1 KO. Like, I'm telling you. One moment, nothing's going on. The next moment, I'm already gone. Like, just knocked out. Like, zoom. Dunzo. Finito. Just gone. Like 9,000 kroners for a fake medical report. That's it. That's not bad. You should get some sleep, hon. You're tired. I can tell how tired you are.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You told me to go to sleep.
Well, yeah, but that was such a quick goodbye.
What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. What do I want? Because I don't know. What do I want? I don't know. But yes, you should actually get some sleep though, and drink water. Nima said drink water.
I've been drinking.
Really? I haven't seen it. That's the bottle, but I haven't seen you drinking it. I love you in it. Yes, dear.
Everything she does is magic. Everything she do just turns me on. Even though my love before was tragic, now I know my love for her goes on.
Nani?
Do I have to tell the story of 1,000 rainy days since we first met? It's a big enough umbrella, but it's always me that ends up getting wet. Every little thing she does is magic. Everything she do just turns me on. Even though my love before was tragic, now I know my love for her goes on.
I love that emo combination.
I resolved to call her up 1,000 times a day and ask her if she'll marry me in some old-fashioned way. But my silent
that makes
fears had
sense.
gripped me long before I reached a phone. Long
That
before
makes so
my
much sense. I
tongue
get it
has
now. I
tripped
forgot
me.
it's a fucking
Must
phrase.
I always be alone?
I thought
It's
you
the
put cold turkey
police.
on alcohol. Like physically, like literally. I thought that was literal for a second. But no, I've been glad that you quit drinking as much, Sierra. I was explaining to Sophia actually that drinking basically poisons your liver. Um, but it's not as bad, which is why we filter and we get like the little tipsy, like woo vibes. But she was asking why she felt dizzy looking down when she was walking home, specifically. I don't know why she's so shy right now. Point is, I was explaining it to her, and she's like, "Oh, I'm so shocked." But yeah, I haven't drank since last time you and Sophia talked to me about it. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you haven't. Shoot, more money to spend on games. Yeah. This is something I have seen happen. Once people stop spending so much on drinks and or cigarettes or just smoking in general, all of a sudden they have so much more money saved up to do other things that it's nice. But then there's me, who's just broke. All I got is $30 in my bank account, which will be gone because I eventually gonna use that to set up a gym once I am fully healed. Because I actually also fucked up this part of my chest. I think I pulled a muscle near a rib or something like that, and it's just been recovering ever since I left. It's feeling better today.
How? How did this happen? Please do tell the audience. You just said I, as in you did this.
Yeah.
Not me. So tell them.
So I was blocking, right? And she was swinging. So I was trying to move.
You said that you did this.
Yeah, no, I did this. So I was trying to move, right? And then eventually, I saw a punch coming from the side, trying to sneak in. So I reached out and tried to ran. I just reached this way, tried to run, and I ran. I stretched it awkwardly, and I pulled a muscle or something. That's crazy.
Okay. This sounds like a very unhealthy relationship. And you know what to do with unhealthy relationships?
Oi! Night!
Tell them the truth.
Night!
Tell them the truth.
I fell.
Didn't you slide head first down a slide?
Oh, yeah, but that's also falling.
That's sliding.
I fell sliding incorrectly. So yeah, once this heals, I'll be going back to the gym. Because I can't breathe properly. Yes, Nick? Oh, fuck, like sometimes yawning like that. I'm hoping this is trolling. No, I actually straight up, I need to heal properly. Because when I breathe, take deep breaths, it hurts. It's good. It's a lot better than when it was a week and a half ago. I guess this is actually 2 weeks. Today is 2 weeks since I got hurt. So it's getting better. I just still hurt sometimes.
So what actually happened was that we went to a jungle gym.
That's fart coughs. I coughed 4 times. It's different. I got abandoned. All by myself now. We went to a jungle gym, famous last words. Yeah. I got fucked up at a jungle gym. Did you tell me to 4 cough? Yeah, I coughed 4 times. Sophia? 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 Boo? Hello? I know you're there. She's ignoring me. But yes, we went to a jungle gym in which I went on a slide and fell, basically, because I was going for front face, and Shazam, the pain. What was the last time you were in Norway? A week and a half ago? Jeg er en kriminell. Jeg er amerikansk. Or melk og sjokolade. Either or. It wasn't that long ago. Oi! Sophia! I was there for like 3 months. It's fine, I'm broke anyways. Cat, what's up? Welcome back. Sophia! Sophia? She muted. I got in trouble. He'd be doing travels to my neighboring country, but he hates me, so he don't even tell me. What do you mean? It was in the Discord. I told everyone. Did I not? I think I did. Oh, wait. Actually, that makes sense. Yeah. That just clicked. That just clicked. Yeah. Did she fall asleep? No, I don't think she fell asleep. Someone rest Sophia, monk ass. See, Hitsu hates me. No. Oh. How do you spell? Joy. Sorry. Hi. She said she's gonna get some rest because I was being mean. So I'm sorry. But she's gonna get some rest because it is late anyways. So I will use that to caveat or switch to League, I guess. Because I did say I wanted to play League. But I don't know if it'll launch right away. It might not launch right away. Damn, in the doghouse already? Yeah. Yeah, I fucked up. Ew, shit. I got an instant feedback report. How do you stream League properly? Does this capture League properly? I just don't see shit. Capture the client separately? Oh, I have to screen cap. Okay. I mean, I can turn on display capture. Oh, that's the other display. Display capture. Add existing one, maybe? Maybe it's this one? That's the exact same one. Okay, hold up. Properties. Oh, God. There we go.
Now you have $50 in your bank account.
Did someone donate? You guys are dorks. Snake, thank you so much for the donation. Oh, I blocked my face. God damn it. Thank you. I now have $50 in the bank account. I can maybe get food. Is that it? That's it. Okay. Congrats, Honor Orb, for the win. Thank you. But this is the more important thing. Instant feedback report. I reported someone. Yeah. That cut off a bit early. Is my timing that off? Your recent report of an unsportsman player was verified and a penalty was issued, thereby saying, I fucked someone up. So yeah, that felt good. And yeah, cute soft noises and insta reports. So, that has to be the Vayne. I'm guessing it's the Vayne or someone else in like another lobby or something, which could also be the case. Should I hop on, or you want to solo? I mean, I'm down for either. I'm down for either. If you want to hop, I mean, you're on already. Is that shoddy? I am going to find my music. I was playing some very subtle tech music in the background earlier. But I want to where is it? Disco. Among Us. I've been here just learning how to play Valorant. Hello, what the heck? You're playing League? Yeah, I'm playing League. Oh, how do I change games? Game League. Oh, it does the entire thing for me now. There's AI involved. It's smart. It is smart. I guess while we're waiting, I'll just be chilling here because we're waiting in queue anyways. How are you doing though, Mel? What's going on? Why evil grin indeed? I don't know. Who's your favorite character to play in Valorant? Oh, there's the is it this one? You can see our pick bands. We'll do some pick bands because I'm a menace to society. Can I get myself to play League anymore? I get super tilted. Last time I played in Monk S, needed a long break. I mean, I get it. I played a little bit not too long ago. I've been playing a little bit recently, and it is fucking awful. proper awful. So. because of the Star Guardian event, and my brother played the event for me, so I just read the event. What Star Guardian event? What? I don't know anything about like events recently in League. The most recent League event I knew was when Arcane was getting released, and I watched that. Oh yeah, I get ads. I gotta wait to like earn points. I can earn points. Star Guardian event just finished. Oh well, shit. There we go. But yeah, I had a little thing where like if I play games, I'll earn points, and those points I can use to buy skins. I don't hit a ban.
My heart was already broken.
Damn, Nima got a list. He's ready. League? You downloaded League for the first time? Ah. Don't worry, you're gonna see some toxic chats probably. Just warning in advance. Plays it to hello tell. What is? I saw what you sent me, Nima. What does that mean?
Punch first.
I don't expect anything else from League, Liam. Yeah, no, it's crazy. People in, I think I'm silver is where I placed, but people in silver have the biggest egos I've ever seen in my life, and people are always threatening to go AFK and stuff. And I'm just sitting here like, you're gonna go AFK just because one thing didn't go your way? Even though everyone in the game, besides them, might be doing extremely fucking well. They're just sick of it. I mean, that Kale dies more than she participates in game. Ah. It happens to the best of us. Like me. Play more Valorant in the future, I kinda miss that game. Valorant, first time Volibear, yikes. I have full faith. But Valorant's fun. I still play Valorant. That's, I think, a fun game. Well, we'll see how this game plays out. Can I close this? I can close this, right? I'll just leave it up. I don't know if I can close it or not. This thingy here. Bum, bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Now it works. Don't know what that is.
If you hit a wall, hit it hard.
Alright, let's see. Team comp. We got, I don't even know what that character does. I know what they do. Ollie's top? Faye seems like a lot of fun to play, so I want to try her. Or KO if I play again. KO's pretty good. KO's the CSGO character. People who play KO are like the god tiers. Are they there? Why is he pinging? Playing League again, Pippa left? Yeah, I don't know why. I've been wanting to play League.
Minions have spawned.
That's what I got. It's not even a good badge. I'm bad. Sorry, I alt tapped. I'm gonna do a full clear, I think. I think that's the play. A full clear here. Because I don't know how Zac is in jungling. I want to say his clear speed is probably slow. But I don't actually know. I think my smite does 450 right now. There we go. Violet Beloved. Literally only jungle I play. I mean, she's fun. I like her a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna go for full clear here. Did I really miss that one creep? I did. I probably didn't need to ward there. Oh, they're fucked. Oh, I just saw Zac. I saw him on the bot side of over here. Oh. Well, I said I was gonna full clear, but I didn't. At least I got Scuttle though. I'm gonna go for the golems next. League never really was my type of game. I'm not really used to CSGO or aimbot, so I'm out of it when I play those games. No, I get it. I mean, it's League is different. We're doomed. Neela doesn't CS. Oh god. I mean, I have faith. I have faith. Oh my god, I auto-canceled. I auto-canceled too much. I don't know where Zac is. I'm trying to figure out where Zac is. I'm gonna go check the Scuttle. He should be there, I think. I haven't really nowhere to gank. Maybe bot side. He's in fact bot side. Neela's low. Can't really do anything. Well, his gank failed though, so that's good. Fuck. Who's gonna smite it? Did I get it? I didn't fucking get it. Someone's knocking on my door. Yes. Okay, thank you. That's my sister.
Plan? I don't need a plan.
She's so fast. Oh my god, how is she level 6? Whatever. There's a roam mid, a roam from bot. No, say it. Alright, so not the best of starts. We're struggling. We are indeed struggling. It's so toxic already. Her Neely is pretty strong, though I haven't seen much of her gameplay. All I know is that she's pretty nuts. Oh god, they're fighting. Do they live here? Alright, I need to focus on my jungle. I'm not getting any ganks. Lanes are behind. I need to get it clear, back off, and then... Oh. This is a proper good gank. This should work out here. Why is she jumping on him like that? It worked out, but like... Nilo's crazy. Alright, I'm backing because we don't have drag. I need to get some items. Okay, go for my rip. I mean, that was a good double, I think, right? Oh, he has Mobies already? Fucking Pike. I didn't expect Nilo to survive that. I don't know how she works. Maybe she has something that I don't know about. But I was surprised to see it too. I might try to cheese the guy in his jungle if I see him here. Or I'll wait for Ari when she comes back. Oh. He should die from that. Oh my fucking god, of course he doesn't die from that because he got a heal! He got a heal! I don't know where Volibear is. We might get 2v3 here. It's not worth it. There we go. Good flash on our part. This is ours now. This is for sure ours. They can't stop this. Or not. The fuck? What's Ari doing? That was really fucking greedy of that guy just now. Really fucking greedy. That was so greedy of him. And ADC Jax, she's like, Jax has dodge. Oh, she has a fucking dodge? Really? I got everyone here. I'll give it to him. Every new champ, man. Every new champ. I'm the one that's like living in the old days. I'm gonna head bot here. Nani? Oi, fight me? Why would I fight you? What happened? Oh my god, back. Get off my back! What's up? How are you doing, Cress? Bring me back to season 4 days? Yeah, bring me back to season 4 days.
Let's get
Oh. Ah. I threw. That was on me. I threw. What's up, Hitsu in chat? How you doing, Chris? And also, hello, Cool Bones. What's going on? It's okay, because we go again. What the fuck is Volibear? That's Volibear now? That's not right. That's illegal. That's actually illegal. Oh no! Poor guy! Nima just fucked him up! Oh, poor fucking guy! Alright. She has to respect us here. She can't just walk up. If Kale walks up, she's dead. How the heck is everyone else? I'm doing pretty good. I'm not sure if I don't think I need to smite. They're not gonna even contesting, so I'm not gonna smite. The absolute fucking that Zach is not having a good game. Alright, we're turning it around, we're turning it around. We had a bad start, but we're turning it around. That's good. Gasp! Cresp! Yes, it's Crest. Neela's lagging.
If you hit a wall, hit it hard.
Alright, after I get this, I have to go top, because that's where the other person is coming. Chris won't say hi to me. Glad to see you streaming again, sir. Well, thank you. I am trying to get back into streaming. Yeah, there's nowhere else to go with that. I'm just trying to get back into streaming. Get back into the vibe again. Hang out, folks, again. I'm a nurse aide. Yeah. Chris says hi to Mel. Why is Chris talking about Chris in the third person? Oh my god, this fucking Ares with the flash stuns. To the gate. Do you have a ward? Ow. How low are they? They're walking down. Yeah, they're walking down. I need Ari to walk up here, but Ari has no mana. I'm better at smiting, bitch. Got him!
Here I come. Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh, he has his ult. I need to check his passives more. I didn't realize he had it. Gasp, is Cress a symbiote? Referring to himself in the third person? Pretty suspicious. Just saying. I'm not sure who their strong person is.
Man, I don't need a
I'm not fully used to Pike being Pike.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
But yeah. I can fly high. Okay. It's an imposter crest, monk us. Yeah, it is. Where's my smite? I don't have much time on my one thing, so I'm gonna go clear, do a proper clear, go top, and drop my thing here. I think. You guys are such dorks. I love you guys.
An enemy has been slain.
I can fly high. She can't escape. She's mine. Oi, volley bear! She didn't stop the thing. That's lame. Oh my god, this fucking person's nuts! Dude, she hits all of her flash skills. The fuck? She needs to back up. She has no mana for a proper combo. Back the fuck up. Okay, she deleted me. I was not expecting that. She fucking deleted me. Holy shit. I've never felt more deleted in my life. Yeah, that damage was fucking insane. Let me get Guardian, I think. That was kind of nuts. We need Neela to go mid. We have so much map pressure now. We just need her to start grouping with us. It would be nuts. They all fucking die? Oh no, they all lived. They all actually lived! We need Nima to back. We need to go fight for the dragon here. At least Baron's warded up pretty well, but... No, we have to. We can't start the dragon. We fought them top. All right, now we go, baby. Bring it out! Bring it out! Bring it out! Bring it out!
If you hit a wall, hit it hard. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
I'm stronger, baby! You don't match me in damage! Not me! Not me, baby! My name is Bai! They're ending the game. But just in the off chance that they don't, I'm gonna get this drag. They might not actually end this game, so I'm gonna, yeah, it's a good thing that I'm going for drag. If they go for Baron here, I could sneak in and finish the game. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Kale's still there. Man, fuck you! I will get what I want! I know exactly where I'm going. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. I know exactly where I'm going, bitch. Bum 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 da 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 do da da. Chef's kiss. Nice. Pog slide, pog slide, pog slide. Easy peasy, easy peasy, easy peasy. I'm gonna give it to the Poppy for staying cool. Did I just skip a rank? I think I skipped a rank. I think I was silver 3. I played silver 3. GG's gotta eat dinner. Alright, you take care, Nima. We're 2-0. Easy peasy. I can fly high. That was a fun game. I felt good that game. Oh, I was fucking. I didn't realize I was that strong. Hold up. That's rare. That's rare. Just so you guys know, that's rare. But alright, you take care, Nima. You enjoy yourself. I'm just gonna queue up. It's either top or jungle for me. You have a bestie, Mel? Really? Really? Yeah, while we're in queue, I'll just switch to this. Really? Since when? Huh? Huh? You have a bestie that can come over? You watch anime. I don't know. You enjoy... She's been my bestie since 4th grade. Damn, it be like that. It really be like that. That's crazy. I'll check this. She's kidnapping to go get sweets? That sounds dope. I'm gonna check this letter that my sister gave me. From the IRS! Am I about to get arrested live on stream? I can fly high. Da 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 da. Oh damn. Who did I ban? Diego? It's Fortnite, my favorite Dragon Destiny Shippuden game. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Have fun, Cyber. Oh yeah, right, Mel. I'm enjoying playing Fortnite again. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? How these random games are kind of fun to play right now. Sivir Gangplank, Yumi, Draven, Kale, Annie. I have to go pee, so I'm gonna pretty soon you're gonna hit gold. I'm gonna be able to do it with you. Well, I'm not gonna play much more. It's to be that do a partner that leaves people behind. No. Wait. Why can't I lock in Vi? It's not banned. Oh, they have a Vi! Oh, fuck. Someone actually locked in Vi. Can't say I was ready for that. Alright, I'm gonna be here. I need to pee.
The summoner's rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Oh, what? We started. Oh, shit. Rip Leo. I didn't expect us to get in that quick. Nice leash. Yeah, fantastic leash. That was actually super my bad. Okay, Vi should be topside right now. I W'd way too early there. Whew. All because I got a late leash and I started trolling. Alright. This is a rough game. Already a rough game. Okay. Easy fix. Rip top lane? Yeah, whoops. Whoops. Oh, GP's getting fucked. He's going for it. Where's Yumi? Yumi's in our spawn? Man, I'm useless right now.
Ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
That's 6 hit.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Rough game. Hey, got my first solo win coming back. Like just now? We got our flash. Stop questioning me. Getting bullied.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Yeah. Lame. I asked for his help so much earlier though. Still lame. The level disparity? Pain? Yeah. 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 The HP disparity too. Man, they're getting that fucked. They just had to let the tower drop. I don't know what they want me to do. Like, we can't win that fight. Then I flashed for no good reason. Here I got the assist. Don't know what I did. Here, don't know what this was. I killed someone? Oh, her. I killed her. Like, I just needed to farm. And they want me to, like, engage. And here, I got that. We forced the flash. That was good. At that point, they should have backed off. Played safe. I died here. I asked for help from GP. I was waiting for a while for him to come though. They never came. Let's see what this def is. Did I face plant into this? This is a throw. This is a proper throw. Alright, I E the damn thing. Oh my god. I look like a bot. I look like a bot right there. I'm getting chased down. I don't know what this one is. No, that's just me using my ult. That I didn't block the E damage. I didn't even have my boots complete. I don't think I ever got to finish my boots. Tough game. Tough game. Did I just play with this guy? Da, 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 da. Oh, sorry. I was looking at something. I'm gonna change the music as well, because I was wondering why it's always just Steinscape, and it's because the disco music stopped playing. There we go. Alright, we got Ezreal. There we go. I'm gonna get coffee and go back to work. Good luck with the Hitsuga with the game. Yeah, this is gonna be my last proper one, because I get to play Vi, hopefully, properly this time. There we go.
Punch first. Ask questions while punching.
Because that's what I really want. I want to play Vi once. Very dead inside, so tired. I understand that. You get some proper rest and then take care of yourself, okay? I appreciate you. You take care. None. I don't know what this thing is. I don't know who they are. Nani. My. Alright. New game, new me. Oi.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I'll just play safe, I'm good. Don't end. I'm 1v9ing this.
They'll never know what hit them. Let's get to the fun part.
First blood.
No wars.
This works out. That works out.
I'm doing this.
Kind of chaotic way to go about it, but it works. He's here when the minion spawns? Yeah, I'm here when the minions finally spawn. It's crazy. New game, new me. I don't have flash though. I took his blue, and my priority now I think is gonna be going straight for my blue. I have my jungle warded here. I have his jungle warded, I mean. And this person warded for me here, so I know my blue's up. I'm gonna go ahead and go take this as quick as I can. And then after this, I do Gromp, I think. Still not in his blue. He should be under leveled compared to me. He's going for it.
Let's get cracked.
An ally has been slain.
Plan? I don't need a plan.
back then.
I'm my own battle.
Kane got a kill though, unfortunately. It's really nice for him. Not so nice for me.
If you hit a wall,
That's a great kill on Yone though. Great kill, Yone.
Vi stands for Vine.
Dude, he needs to stop dying to Kane though. You did it. I'm overreacting. Kane's level 5. Bro, what the fuck?
They'll never know what hit them.
Slain an enemy.
Save the day. Or wreck it.
All right, I can stay. It's not much gold that I got from him though, cause he's 0-4 right now. Start to fly high.
Sometimes you gotta make it. Impure.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Just have to play safe.
I let my hands do the talking. Let's get to the fun part.
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Who needs a beat down? A little smash and grab. Put a dent in them.
I feel like I really need to go back, but oh, he's gonna get ganked mid for sure here soon.
I don't need a
Who's
plan.
root? Yep.
Boom, baby.
An ally has been slain.
Can't believe it just happened.
Killing spree.
They'll never know what hit them.
Rampage.
Here I come to save the day. Or wreck it.
That was so fucking troll. I just smited him.
Here comes the punchline. If you hit a wall, hit it hard. I'm doing this my way.
Ba-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Piltover's fun. I let my hands do the talking.
Right, is it doing the thing again? Oh my god, lag.
Some guys, you gotta make a door.
Oh no, Ezra died there. Unlucky. Alright, I need to find the music replaying itself. It's in one of these browsers. Why is it?
Let's get to the fun part.
He even killed me. I didn't check who killed me.
An enemy has been slain.
Vice stands for vice.
Turret has been destroyed.
Here I come to save the day. Or wreck it. They'll never know what hit 'em.
An ally has been slain.
Damn, Cho'Gath actually lost that? He's down bad.
Enemy has been slain.
My way.
He's down bad right now. Poor Cho'Gath. Alright, I'm sitting up straight. Vayne is kinda strong. Kinda strong.
If you hit a wall, hit it hard.
That's so fucking lame. I can't tell if we're behind or ahead. I think we're behind right now. I think we're just a smidge behind, and Vayne has all their kills, more or less. I need to have some presence somewhere. I need to have proper presence somewhere.
Sometimes you gotta make a door. Let's get to the fun part.
You have slain an enemy.
I let my hands do the talking. Let's get cracking.
Vayne does indeed have a 500 gold bounty. I'm sorry if I'm not talking at all. I just realized I'm barely like using my voice to say anything. Big sorry. I'm not used to playing League and properly speaking because I'm just trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do about the Vayne. And answers I don't know what I'm supposed to do about the Vayne. Basically. That felt painful. Everyone's so ready to FF in this game. Like, they're super ready to FF at all times.
Has destroyed a turret.
I can fly high.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Here I come to save the day. Or I'm doing this my way. If you hit a wall, hit it hard.
Legendary. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Vine, stand.
Enemy double kill.
He got inside Cho'Gath and got a massive heal, and then I felt like I couldn't do anything after that. But now I have Collector at least. I'm not sure if it's good or not. I'm gonna get Guardian Angel, I think.
Sometimes you gotta make it.
Now I'm really useless. I feel really behind. Even though I don't see why I should feel that way. But I got put so far behind, I feel like. I was doing so well at the start. Then I just kept dying and dying.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Got her stupid ass. I don't think we end here. I really don't think we end here. We don't have the minions for it.
Ally has been slain. Killing spree.
I don't need a plan.
Okay. What's up, Hitsuga? Long time no see. Hello, Emberly. Long time no chat. How have you been? I'm just chilling right now. I'm playing some League. It's gonna be my last match of the night. But I'm just chilling.
They'll never know what hit 'em. A little slap and grab.
Nice. Doing well. Good to see you're doing some damage in League. Yeah, I'm doing some damage in League. Doing some damage. But I feel like I'm also really far behind for no good reason.
If you hit a wall, hit it hard.
He is quite strong.
Has destroyed a turret.
Piltover, silence.
Dominating. Killing spree.
Let's get to the fun stuff.
I have my stopwatch that I didn't use. I could have used it. I didn't expect Zeri to do so much damage to me, actually. That's what that was. But that's the game. That's the game.
Victory.
But I hope you've been well though, Emberly. Long time no chat. Da, 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 da. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Alright, I'm gonna give it to... Yeah, I'll give it to him. Fuck it, he did a lot of damage. Why not? I'll give it to him. And then I got 22 LP for that one. See the advanced details there. Yeah, he was fucking going crazy by far. I was doing some damage, but nothing compared to him. He was critting like crazy. Oh, not play again. I am actually exiting. I am closing the game. They auto moved the song to this again. What the fuck? Alright, it doesn't matter. Anywho, it was nice to see you, Emberly. I hope you're doing well. Let me close that. Let me open OBS. Let me open just chatting. Yeah, I'm sorry you came in at the very end of it, but I need to get some food. I'm pretty hungry. So, I gotta go take care of that now. You take care of yourself. Appreciate you. Oof, shit. I'll see you later. Take care. Be safe. Bye-bye. I say bye-bye as I realize I'm supposed to raid someone. So, let me go ahead and find someone to raid. Let's see. Last time we raided Jared. So let's raid Soy this time. Let's raid Soy. I'll raid Socrates. Was fun to watch? Yeah. I'm gonna switch this for just chatting for later as well, so I don't forget. I'll see you guys later. Take care and be safe. I'm just gonna hit raid now. I'm really hungry. You guys take care. If you want to join and say hello to Soy, please do. I get to play the music a little bit. But we'll figure out what to do for movie night soon. we'll definitely figure out what to do for movie night soon, because that is something I definitely want to do. So, we will see. Anywho, I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna eat some food. Bye-bye!